Hello and welcome to the Following Truth Bible Study on YouTube. As always, I'm your host LJ. Welcome to Sunday night. It's open theology discussion as I've been doing on Sundays. So we're going to be just doing random questions, kind of anything that you would like to discuss, anything theological. We can have a look at. If there are no questions, I've got a few things that I'm going to present and have a look at that I've been kind of looking at recently. But feel free, if you would like to come on, if you would like to ask a question, you can post it into the comments, or you can come on to and discuss live if you would like to do that as well. So feel free to do so. But it is just open theology, so kind of any questions, I'll try to answer them if I can, and if I can't answer them, maybe somebody in the chat or the comments will be able to answer the questions for you. So kind of really no set, as always on the Sunday, it's no set agenda, just anything theological. So we'll just take it as it comes. Any questions that come in, we'll look at. And if not, I've got some things that I'm going to present anyway and just take a look at. And I'll take a look at them on my own if nobody's here to have a look. Okay, so let's have a start with what we're going to look at. So I was going to do some stuff in Genesis and have a look at some of the some things that I've been looking at in Genesis, not necessarily recently, but in the past, and some things that I've kind of noticed that I want to study maybe a little bit more. But if you are new here, please give this video a thumbs up, and please subscribe if you haven't already, because it will keep you up to date with new videos that I am doing, and it'll let you know when I'm going live. Trying to do so maybe at least twice a week, possibly 3 times, depending on what else I've got to do. Some of the videos that I've got coming up, next week we are going to be looking at the cross versus the tree versus the stake. What did Jesus die on? Some of the videos that we've been doing recently, so I've been looking at the Horus and Jesus connection, the Catholic Mary, some of the Hebrew Israelite arguments. So those are kind of the things that we've been looking at on the channel recently, but I'm also going to be looking at, in the near future, I'm going to go into looking at the law and some of the arguments for and against the law. Why are we under the law? Are we not under the law? So these are some of the things that we're going to be looking at in the near future. But I'm going to start with just looking until people start coming in and start asking questions. I'm just going to go and have a look at why does it keep opening? So just going to go and have a look at some of the websites and YouTube channels that I actually look at when I'm studying. Hello, Dennis. Thank you very much for being here. So what is your position of using blood? Is it the same as eating blood? I obviously take that as in meaning blood transfusion, because obviously Jehovah's Witnesses don't accept blood transfusion as far as I know. So my position would be opposite of the Jehovah's Witness position on that. I don't think that there is any condemnation for having life-saving treatment with blood transfusions. And I also, the blood thing with the food, that could possibly be something that we look into when we look into the law, and whether that type of thing is still condemned and shouldn't be, Christians shouldn't partake in. But when it comes to like using blood, I'm presuming, like I say, I don't want to, shouldn't presume, really, is not the best thing to do, but I probably presume that you are talking about the blood transfusion. So yeah, if it's like blood transfusion and it is kind of life-saving, I would say that's okay. I don't see a problem with having that, and maybe that's a study that I have looked into it, like, briefly. It's not one that I've studied in any great detail, the blood transfusion along with the Jehovah's Witnesses argument against it. So it is one that I should look into, to be honest, because it's probably quite important. But yeah, I don't know your position. I take it that you would have a Jehovah's Witness position on that, where it wouldn't be okay to utilize. So I would presume that would be your position. Yeah, well, there you go. Vaxxed blood or unvaxxed blood. The vaccination thing is a very divisive subject in Christianity, and certainly outside of Christianity. Whether we should be getting vaxxed, staying unvaxxed, that's probably a discussion that would get my channel blocked. So you know what the fact checkers are like, so I'm probably going to steer clear of that one on a live discussion, just on the basis that they kind of pick up on that type of discussion, and then they come and put warnings on your channel, and even I have known channels that I've looked at and watched that have disappeared after they've gone into that kind of discussion. So I quite like my channel being live, even though obviously a couple of weeks ago I had the couple of people that were telling me that they hoped that it would close down, and I think if I start discussing that would be a sure way of doing it and getting it closed. So I'm going to steer clear of that particular argument. But I definitely, if you are going to have a blood transfusion, I would say that it needs to be kind of pure blood. Don't be going for unpure blood. Now, take of that as you want. I'm not going to go any deeper than that, because if I actually say certain things, it might flag up. So, but I would definitely say keep your blood clean and pure. Right. Okay. So yeah, Dennis, I'm going to do a study on that. I will do a study on that. If I haven't done one, not here, maybe not. Yeah, I won't be doing any sponsoring on this channel, because once you start getting sponsored by certain people, no names mentioned, then you have to dress up in some very strange outfits. Now, that might be for you, and people might like to do that, but if you've watched the Grammys recently, or I didn't watch it, but I've seen some of the videos that came from it, right in plain sight. It's so in plain sight, it's unbelievable. the demonic, I'm trying to not be, to say things in a way that obviously would bring attention to my channel, but the demonic side is working wonders at this precise moment in time, and people are just worshipping some very, very strange things. They're watching some very strange things, and people are doing some very, very strange things, all in the name of entertainment. But yeah, not good at all. But yeah, Dennis, I will do a study on that. Maybe I'll do a writing first, and then maybe in a while, I'll try and do a study online, on live, on my position of that. And it may very well be that I find that I hold the same position. I may not, but we'll see when I actually do the study. And like, I'm not going to push forward my position. My position right now, without studying it, would say that it would be okay, but I haven't studied it in any great depth, so it may, that is subject to change. It could very well change. It may get supported by what I study, and I might go, right, okay, yeah, I definitely disagree with the Jehovah's Witness position on this one, but until I study it, I wouldn't go too deep into that one myself. Okay. But yeah, I'm going to just carry on and do stuff. But feel free to ask questions. Feel free to come on if you would like. Actually, really, what I should do is, if I put that into the comments, you are more than welcome to come on. Yeah, Jehovah's Witnesses are, like, I would say Jehovah's Witnesses are wrong on other things, but then I wouldn't necessitate that they must be wrong on everything, like everything that that, you know, there are many people that would disagree with me on certain things, but that doesn't necessitate that I'm going to be wrong, that they would think that I was wrong on everything, just outlying. So yeah, maybe I don't come from a position that, like, just because somebody has something wrong, that everything is wrong with what they believe, because actually there's a few things that myself and Jehovah's Witnesses would actually hold in common, which probably wouldn't be what the general Christianity would attest to. Yeah, Dennis, it's no problem about coming on. That's fine. No, you don't have to come on every time. But you are, like I say, you're more than welcome at any time to come on. But it doesn't mean that you have to come on every single time. But thank you very much for everybody that is here. Please feel free to comment amongst yourselves. You can comment if you've got any questions or anything that you would like me to kind of go into. Just remember, this is a general chat, so we're not going to go in depth massively on any one kind of topic, which is we can do that on specific studies when we actually do those studies, like coming up, obviously, like I say, we're going to do the tree versus, so that one I'm sure that one I'm going to do that on Friday, the tree versus the stake versus the cross. What did Jesus die on? Obviously, Dennis, we're going to disagree on that, but you may want to come in and present something yourself on that. I'm obviously going to do a presentation, but obviously at the end of it, if you feel free to come on and put yourself why you feel that that it's what it is. So yeah. Do I know anything about fuel injectors? They make the fuel go into the engine quicker. Yeah, that's probably my my sole understanding of a fuel injector. And I used to, when I was very young, I used to the cars that I had. I always wanted like the fuel injection car because I was like, wow, they're fast. That was about it. Didn't really understand it, but that was all I knew. So what's the next big thing to happen? What, in the world or in on my study? Is it hesitate? Not sure what that means. Sorry, Joe. Sorry, maybe if you could clarify what you were actually specifically asking. Obviously, Gricketson is doing having some car troubles, or he's having to do some repairs on his car. In the world, what is the next big thing to happen? I would think that I would suggest that there's going to be another kind of pandemic in the not too distant future of some sort that will come out. Now, whether it will be in the same lines as what we've just gone, what we've gone through in the previous few years, I'm not too sure. There is a book, and I cannot remember the name of it. But I try and think of it, what the name of the book is. There is a book that stated that there would be a pandemic in 2020. It would go away as quick as it came, and then it would reappear in 2030. Now, they got the first part right on that book. So whether that re-emerges the same, so I think in the book it's the same pandemic that reappears in 2030. So maybe, the one we've just gone through. And I'm trying to steer clear of certain words that would trigger, the YouTube algorithm type thing picking up. Hey Doki, thank you very much for being here. You're more than welcome. We're just doing open discussions, so if there's anything that you want to discuss, if you'd like to come on, feel free. Anybody would like to come on. We're just doing open theology discussion, but at the moment we're chatting about kind of pandemics and trying to sort out Gricketson's fuel injection for his car. He's having problems with that. So if you've got any ideas about pandemics or about fuel injectors, feel free. You can add to that. Bill Cates says the next one will get your attention. Well, the last one got our attention, or it should have done anyway. And I'm pretty sure it didn't get the attention of the sheeple out there that are just blinded to what's going on. But I mean, you can say that there's conspiracy theorists and everything, and I do agree there are definitely conspiracy theorists and conspiracies out there that probably pushes the agenda or what's going on to extremes. But there's certainly something going on, and some people made some serious amounts of money from the last pandemic. you know, the amount of money that kind of generated for certain companies, and people just kind of ignored it. And it wasn't just about the I mean, in all fairness, there shouldn't have been a full lockdown. The vulnerable people, I fully understand. I appreciate that there were people, because I do believe that there was a disease. There definitely was a disease. Whether how that originated is for not for me to say. I can speculate, but there's definitely something going on. There's no question about it, and there are. Hello, Tung Ji. Thank you very much for being here. We're just doing open discussion, so you're more than welcome. I know obviously you're saying you're at work, but if you'd like to add anything, feel free. You can do so in the comments, or you can feel free to come on and discuss anything. It is just open theology, so if you do have any questions, Tongji, I still would like us to do a live video, just and just invite you on to just fire some questions that you've got at me. Let's plan that at some time. So yeah, and you obviously would still like to do it. We definitely need to arrange that. So either send me a message, or next time you see me on Unbiased, just let's sort that out, and we'll definitely do that. Yeah, Klaus says that there's going to be a cyber attack. Wouldn't surprise me as well. I don't know. I don't know what the next thing is. It depends on whatever they've got planned for it to happen. What you will definitely find is that there will be certain people that will benefit from it financially, and so definitely financially, but also like freedom wise, we're going to have like more and more things being taken away, and we're just gonna be stopped from doing certain things, and yeah. But conspiracy theories are conspiracy theories, and whether we're accurate or not, I don't know how far it goes. I don't know how deep it goes. I do know that there are people getting rich off of all of this stuff. I don't know how intentional it all is. I can only speculate, because I don't have all of those kind of facts. There are a lot of people out there with much more detailed information than me, and they are getting kind of shut down and shut up, and whether they're actually stating truths is not for me to be able to say, because people are saying that what they are saying is basically incorrect, and that's why they're being shut down, because they're being fact checked. So we have to, maybe we should fact check the fact checkers, but yeah. Yeah, there are certain companies, certain things getting very, 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 very rich off of things. But we're trying to get this fuel injection sorted. I'm no mechanic, so I'm not able to do that. When it came to like old cars back in the 1990s and early 2000s, when I had a Ford Escort, I took the engine apart on that and put it back together. I wouldn't even know where to start with modern cars. So yeah, it's got to the point where really you can't even fix this stuff yourself. You have to just take it to a mechanic and pay. Everything needs to be paid now. Yeah, old cars were much easier. Life was much easier in olden times, and we can say that. And I never thought that I would ever say that. In my day, everything was so much better. But it's true. It really was. When I was much younger, life was much more simpler. Oh, to be back at school. Not now. I call bleeding now schools nowadays are like prison camps. But back when I went to school, I really enjoyed school. But I always wanted to be older, and now I would jump at the chance of being 13, 14 again. And I used to just go out and play football every single day. Yeah, I think life would be much simpler. Okay, I'm gonna go. What I'm gonna do is, Tungji, please write down the questions, email them, and then we'll have a discussion on those. I'm open to kind of any time that you're kind of free to be able to do that. Whatever you kind of they could be personal questions, so they can be about why I believe what I believe, or they can be biblical if there's something you want to know, or and I'll go through your questions and say, right, well, these are the ones I've studied, these are the ones I'm able to answer. Or if there's something that you ask that I'm not able to answer, I'll try and figure out the answer to that before we have the discussion. If not, we'll have a discussion. I'll try and figure that out in the meantime, and then maybe we can have another discussion in the future with more questions. So yeah, please feel free to do it and email me them. I know, obviously I need to prepare, not on the basis, the preparing side of it. I just want to make sure that you're not just firing a load of questions I haven't even studied, and we've sat on there for 10 minutes and we haven't even answered a question. So it'd probably be better to make sure that I've at least studied it, unless they are just personal questions, where then obviously I'll be able to just answer the questions, whatever you answer. So yeah, feel free to do that. We'll definitely arrange to do that. There is a link in the somewhere along here, somewhere, if anybody would like to come on, if you've got any more questions, not car related, because I'm not very good with cars, although Joe seems to have a little bit of understanding of Cricketson's got a bit more understanding. He's managed to change his plugs and the coils. I don't know if you did those yourself, Cricketson, or whether you just got them changed, or whether you actually changed them. But you got to change the injectors as well. Doesn't sound cheap, whatever it is. Doesn't sound cheap doing fuel injectors. Right. So there are a couple of things. I want to look into Genesis a little bit, to be honest. And so there were a few things that I've kind of looked at that maybe I haven't really studied a great deal myself, but and maybe other people have studied it, and maybe they have their own ideas. I've got a few ideas for myself, but so something I noticed in stream. Right, I don't know if you can actually see my screen. I don't know how big that actually is, but it's in Genesis, and it's just a simple observation, really, and it's not even. I don't really think that it's kind of that important in relation to into the bigger things of Doki seems to likes Genesis, and maybe Doki would be able to get us some answers. So what I noticed was in Genesis that when I understand, maybe I'm just, it's just me anyway, and other people would have had a different understanding of this anyway. But when I always understood that the Garden of Eden was just one place, so Eden is the Garden of Eden, and when Adam and Eve were placed in the Garden of Eden, they were in Eden, and when they were ejected out of the Garden of Eden, they were no longer in Eden. But after reading the Genesis, the story of it, I'm kind of understanding that Eden is actually a place on its own. Then there is a garden in Eden, and when Adam and Eve were kicked out of the garden in Eden, they were still actually in Eden, and it was only the garden that they were ejected from, and that Eden itself was a place, and that's where they lived, and that's where they had Cain and Abel. They had Cain and Abel in Eden, but not in the Garden of Eden. And then when Cain obviously slew Abel, Cain was ejected from Eden, and he had to leave Eden. So it's just something that if you have a look at, like, just Genesis 2:10, where it says, and a river went out of Eden to water the garden, and from thence it was parted and became into four heads. So this river was coming out of Eden, but it went into the garden to water the garden. And so this is in Genesis 2:10. Now where am I? So this is Genesis. Let me go to Genesis 4. So when Cain kills when Cain kills Abel, he is cast out. And so in verse 16, it states, and Cain went out from the presence of the Lord and dwelt in the land of Nod, on the east of Eden. On the east of the Garden of Eden. It just says on the east of Eden. And so I know this may just sound really like what are you even going on about, Lee? Everybody knows that Eden wasn't a place. Or maybe you're looking and thinking, what are you going on about? The Garden of Eden is Eden. But it just, maybe I'm just maybe it's just me. Do apologize just in case, because my internet seems to be struggling again. All right, let's see if I can move my computer. Right, it's coming back. Okay, was that like the river in New Jerusalem? I don't know. I don't know if whether they would be. I would say that they wouldn't be the same. First creation story seems to imply God made Adam and Eve together. Second creation story implies God made Adam first and then Eve. Yeah, no. So yes, definitely the first creation story in Adam in Genesis 1 is, we are told that Adam and Eve are created on the same day, but we're not told that they are. So they're created on the same day. They're created on the sixth day. When we come to Genesis 2, I understand that as being kind of a retelling of Genesis 1, but in more detail. So we get that sixth day, and it's kind of rather than just Adam and Eve, God created man on the first day. He created the man and woman on the sixth day. So that's very, very basic. But then when we go to Genesis 2, we get kind of a more detailed understanding of that particular day. And on that particular day, Adam is created out of the dust, out of the dirt of the ground. Then Eve later on that day is created from Adam. So I don't see them as being contradictory or that they're different. I see them as being Genesis 2 is just a more detailed understanding of Genesis 1, because when if we go to Genesis 1, let's have a look at that. Genesis 1, and we're gonna go all the way down to the sixth day, and then so we get verse 26 where it says, the spiritual side of maybe the spiritual part, they were kicked out. They could not walk with God. Well, they were definitely kicked out of the garden side of it anyway. But I just always assumed that the Garden of Eden was just, that was it, of Eden. But I kind of reading into it and I'm seeing like a distinction between the Garden of Eden and Eden. So the garden is in Eden, but it isn't the encompassment of the whole of Eden. It's just something that I noticed, and it may just be nothing, but I just thought that it was interesting, and I will go and have a look at it a little bit more. It may be even pointless, but and not non-relevant. But so Genesis 1:26, and it says, "In God said, let us make man in our image and our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish in the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth." 1:27, "So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him. Male and female, he created them." So we get a real, when you read Genesis 1, it's very, very basic. There's not much information given in Genesis 1 in the whole. There's actually a lot more information to be able to extrapolate than probably from automatically. When you go into the Hebrew and you start looking into it, you get a little bit more detail. But just in the first day, and God said, "Let there be light," and there was light, and God said, saw the light, and it was good, and God divided the light from the darkness, and God called the light day, and the darkness he called night, and the evening and the morning were the first day. It's very basic. It's like just light and day, but we've already got, so this is where we can kind of understand this from the evolutionary point of view. So if you accept evolution, it depends on, some people do, some people don't. But on that first day, that the day and the night are created. But prior to the first day, we already have, in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. So we've already got a creation there. The earth is already created. That's the earth, the heaven and the earth are already created. Now, is verse 1 and 2 linked to verse 3, 4, and 5 for the first day? Or is the creation of the earth already done, and it's separate from the first day. So God creates the heavens and the earth, which is without form, but then he creates light, and then we get the first day, because obviously a day is day and night. So and God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. So we get here the evening and the morning. But this only seems to be that it's in relation to verses 3 and 4, in the sense that God is now creating day and night on the first day. But that doesn't mean that the earth couldn't have been created before we get an actual technical Earth day. If that is the case, let's say that the earth was already created before we get an official day and night, because obviously light hasn't been created. There is no, if that is possible, if that is the case, there is no time limit. There is literally no time limit for the earth and the heavens to have existed before God decided that he would now create a day and a night, and would start off that week basically of the creation week. There is no I don't think that there's any necessity to link verses 1 and 2 to 3 and 4. I've always done that. I've always understood that that the earth was created on day 1, but there is actually nothing in the text that actually stipulates and makes that something that has to be. And if we don't take that, then we don't get a time limit. We literally do not get a time limit for the heavens and the earth. The heavens and the earth could have existed for 1 billion years before God decided to create light. And then with the creation of light, we get the day and night, which is when a day starts. So that is the first day. Until that point, it was only night. So we never got a day, a full day, a light day. That's just food for thought. And I'm sure that people will disagree with me. And I'm sure that people will, other people will have obviously their own views of that. Honestly, I think it was rewritten to establish the patriarch being created together will definitely imply equality. No, not necessity. I don't think that that necessitates, because even if they weren't, because that isn't the reason. The creation of man and woman at the same time or not at the same time is not the reason why it's stated about the patriarchy. That understanding actually comes in Genesis 3, when where is it? There. Okay, so after the fall, that comes, the patriarchy thing comes after the fall, regardless of when they were actually created, together or not together. It's actually after the fall, when Eve has already, Adam and Eve have already eaten from the tree of the knowledge of fruit and the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. It is because of that, the punishment of mankind, and we get verse 3:16, Genesis 3:16, where it states, "Unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception. In sorrow thou shalt bring forth children, and thy desire shall be to thy husband, and he shall rule over thee." So that particular patriarchy thing is actually stipulated in Genesis 3:16, which is after the creation of man and woman, and comes because of the because of the fall. So I don't think that necessitates that patriarchy thing in Genesis 1 or 2 when Adam and Eve are created. Now, I understand what you're saying on that, because that's an argument for the Lilith argument, was that in Genesis 1, and I did the video on Lilith. I don't know if you saw that, Tenji, but definitely go and yeah, the thing is that you say maybe established in creation, then confirmed after the fall. But I don't think that we get that in the text, because back in Genesis, in Genesis 2, I think it is, we do get this equality stated in Genesis 2, because at the creation of the woman, and it says, and the Lord God caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam, and he slept. And he took one of his ribs and closed up the flesh instead thereof. And the rib which the Lord God had taken from man made he a woman, and brought her unto the man. And Adam said, this is now bone of my bone and flesh of my flesh. All right, so he's kind of saying this is a kind of equality. She shall be called woman because she was taken out of man. Therefore shall a man leave his mother and his father and mother, and shall cleave unto his wife, and they shall be as one flesh. And they were both naked, and the man and the wife were not ashamed. So it's like there is that equality there. They're one flesh, the man and the woman. It's not there. The man is above the woman here, or the woman is below the man. It's, although the woman is created after, they are of bone of bone, of flesh of flesh. They are one flesh. They are one. So I think that Genesis 2 gives an equality between the Adam and Eve, and then it's in Genesis 3 that we get that separation, and that the woman cleaving to the man, and the man being kind of, being or the woman being subordinate to the man from that. But yeah, the Lilith thing, which you obviously did see, that is where we get that this the man and the woman being created at the same time in Genesis 1, the woman being called Lilith, and they were equal, but then she decided that she didn't want to really be equal with Adam, or she wasn't going to be on the bottom, and he wasn't going to be on the top, and she decided. So that would imply that it was actually Lilith that decided that she didn't want to be equal with Adam, and she thought herself above Adam, and then the woman becomes below in Genesis 3. But yeah, I see the equality in Genesis 2 between the man and the woman, and then it was after the fall that the woman becomes subordinate. Sorry, I'm just going to try and get through some of these questions, and I will come back to this, Tunji, because I know that you've asked some other questions as well. I saw one channel that placed the original garden spot pre-Genesis 7 flood near the Philippines, based on old maps and old documents. I'm not sure where. Yeah, I don't know where the original Garden of Eden is. I think some people say that it was in Iraq. Others in all different places. I think that I don't know if we know. I don't know if we can actually say exactly where the original. So when you say the original Eden, is that the original Garden of Eden, or is Eden? Would you understand Eden being like a larger area, and then the Garden of Eden being kind of maybe one specific spot inside of Eden. That's my understanding from, or I don't have to say it's my understanding, it's kind of how I'm viewing the text, would be that Eden would be a bigger area, and then we have the Garden of Eden, which is inside of Eden. And then when Cain was sent away from to the land of Nod, he actually left just Eden, rather than, obviously, Adam and Eve were cast from the Garden of Eden. They went into Eden, and then Cain was sent away from the whole land of Eden, and then went off to the land of Nod. Just something. The plants were created before the sun, and the sun was created on the third day. How can the former be possible, and how was the first 2 days accounted for? Right, okay. So plants can live much longer than 3 days without the sun. That's just a fact. And also, it states that day and that light was created. It doesn't say the sun was created. That's how we understand a day, a physical day, but it says light was created. So it could be that light is the how a day and night are in our so light is what creates a day and night. In Genesis 1, we then see, so it's already, a day and night is already being able to be created because we have light. Now, the sun is a source of light. It is not light itself. It's just a source of light. If we didn't have the sun, there would still be light, or in existence, light would still exist. So when it comes to the sun and the moon, we get, and God said, let me bring this up. And God said, "Let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be signs and seasons, and for days and years." That's for us. They're a sign for us to be able to understand days and nights. So the sun and the moon were created for basically the people on earth to be able to understand what a day and a night is, and they become what we now call a day and a night. And so and let them be lights in the firmament of heaven to give light upon the earth, and it was so. So it doesn't necessitate that a day and a night hadn't been passed. An earthly day and night may not have passed, as we would understand a day and a night, but because light exists now with God, it doesn't necessitate that like a day and a night is how we understand a day and a night would have to have passed. Those were created for us, the sun and the moon. So yeah, that's kind of my understanding of that. Willie is here. Thank you very much for being here. I do appreciate. It seems arbitrary for God to have had the universe exist for billions of years before starting the rest of creation. Yeah, it could be. I'm not saying that the Earth was there for billions of years. I'm just saying, verse 1. This doesn't necessitate that it has to be on day one, the creation. We don't know how long it was. Maybe the Earth had to be formed, and God took time over that. Because we don't have a day and a night at the moment, so we don't know how long that took, because day and a night hadn't come into existence yet. Maybe establishing creation, and yeah, okay, I've looked at that. Wooly, I read that as Eve was already ruled by Adam, the reason God stipulated it there is because the serpent tried to usurp it and ruled over her by making her eat. Possibly. I mean, possibly it could be that Adam ruled over. I don't see that in the text. I really don't see Maybe other people do. I don't see the ruling of Adam over Eve at all. I see an equality in Genesis 2 when they're created. I see them being one flesh, just being together. The woman is created from man, but that doesn't. I don't see that in any way means that the man has authority over the woman for any reason. I just see them that man was created, and God said that it was not good for a man to be alone. So he created a helpmeet for him. It doesn't mean that that he had authority over her. I think the authority over that comes in Genesis 3. I don't see, and again, I don't see that, since Adam was implied as the protector and the head of Eve, not until Genesis 3, not until the fall. But maybe you read that different. Feel free to tell me, give me a verse or something, and I'll have a look, and maybe I'm wrong. That's fine. Tungji, Adam has dominion over the animals and the land. Eve was not granted any dominion of any kind. Yeah, that is true. In that sense. So, and the Lord God, where is it? So, and the Lord. So Adam names the animals. So this is obviously in Genesis 2. And the Lord God said, "It is not good that the man should be alone. I will make an helpmeet for him, and out of the ground." And out of the ground, the Lord God formed every beast of the field and every fowl of the air, and brought them unto Adam to see what he would call them. And whatsoever Adam called every living creature, that was the name thereof. And Adam gave names to all cattle, and to the fowls of the air, and to every beast of the field. But Adam, there was no found and helpmeet for him. So this is the creation of of the animals there. There's no dominion over the animals in Genesis 2 stated. That comes in Genesis 1, but we see Adam and Eve create. So that's back at the creation of man and woman. In Genesis 1. So it says there in Genesis 1, and God said, let the earth bring forth the living creature after his kind. So this is where we get the creatures being created. And it says, and God said, let us make man in our image and our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish and the sea, and over the fowl and of the air, and over the cattle and of the earth. Right. So actually, I would probably argue that them indicates that is man and woman, because we get the creation of man and woman in Genesis 2, and it's them that have dominion over the fish. And so I would say that actually Eve was given dominion over all of the fish and over the animals. Didn't Adam force himself on Lilith? No, it was that she refused to be, like, I suppose it was in the sense of sexual intercourse, that she refused to be on the bottom. She wanted to be on top. So it wasn't that Adam forced himself. It was that he wanted, I suppose, the dominant position, what we would classify as a dominant position in a sexual way. It doesn't even necessitate that it was that it had to be sexual in that context. It probably does mean that it was sexual, but doesn't have to mean that. It just could be that he did want to be above her and more important. But obviously this is the story of Adam and Lilith, and I don't believe this story is factual or has any precedence in reality at all. I don't see that. The alphabet of Ben Sira and its consequences. Yeah, we've that's all been addressed in that Lilith study. I know the Hebrew for the creation light can be read as it emitting from God rather than it being created. Any thoughts on that? Well, we know it says God is light. The Bible says God is light, and that Jesus is the light thereof of the world. I think it's in a different sense, but we do know that Jesus in his depiction in a glorified body, he is bright. He blinded Paul for 3 days when Paul saw him. The light was so bright, and it does say that obviously Jesus in his glorified body is the light. There is no need for a sun and a moon in the New Jerusalem because Jesus is there and he is the light. The Lamb is the light thereof. So that obviously it gives it indications of a bright light. So yeah, that could be. Sorry, Tungji, but I've kind of probably missed where that isn't that describing the sun. If we're talking about the lights for the lights in the firmament of heaven on day 4, yeah, that is the sun. That would be the sun and the moon. On day 4 they were created, the sun and the moon. No day or night, but the Bible describing the events and days. Yeah, because you have to understand, when it comes to the Bible, things are written, they're written in a way for us to be able to comprehend and understand them. So God he writes certain things in ways that what we can understand. We know what a day and a night is, and so that particular part of the Bible is written in a way for us to be able to comprehend what a day and a night is. And it doesn't necessitate that it's a day and a night that we now understand as being divided by the sun and the moon, but day and night is in the same way for God is what he's trying to get us to understand, is that day and that light, the day and the night, the darkness and the light on those first 3 days are for us to understand. They are in the same way as what the sun and the moon became signs for us. And so now we look back at those first 3 days and we understand those first 3 days based on what we now know as a day and a night, which are a sun and a moon. So we have to understand that some things are very complicated, and God has tried to simplify it in a way that we can comprehend, basically. And Adam was charged with protecting the garden, which implies protecting Eve with it, which he failed to do when the serpent made her fall. Yeah, that is a valid point. So let's go and have a look at that. Obviously in Genesis 2. So let's have a look. The creation of man. There it is. So these are the generations. So it's in verse 4, and we'll go down. These are the generations of the heavens and the earth when they were created, in the day that the Lord God made the earth and the heavens. And every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field grew before it grew. For the Lord had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was not a man to till the ground. But there went up a mist from the earth and watered the whole face of the ground. And the Lord God formed man out of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. Now we get the planting of the garden, and the Lord God planted a garden eastward in Eden, and there he put the man who he formed. And out of the ground the Lord God to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight, for good for food, and the tree of life also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And the rivers went out, so he names the rivers. And the Lord God took the man and put him into the garden of Eden to dress it and keep it. And the Lord God commanded the man, saying, of every tree of the garden thou mayest freely eat, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil thou shalt not eat of it, for in that day so you're going to surely die. Okay, so we can see here that Adam is clearly, he's put in the Garden of Eden to dress it and keep it, which would indicate that, yeah, maybe he would have to look after Eve. But how would you then understand verse 18 when it says, and the Lord God said, it is not good that the man should be alone. I will make him an help meet for him, some help. Would that not indicate that the help is also going to dress and keep the garden? What would that help mean in any other meaning? So let's go in and look at what that word in the Hebrew would mean. So it says here, like in the literal, and it says, and said Yahweh God, not it is good that should be man alone. I will make him a helper suitable, a helper. And so this is Ezer, right? A helper. So would that not mean that Eve was to be help for Adam, rather than being Adam having to protect her and looking after her? She was just going to be somebody to help him in the Garden of Eden. And like I say, this is when obviously she's created as from his rib or from his side, but she's created as one. They become one, and she's a helper. So that would maybe, yeah, I definitely see Lilith as a Jewish fable. Well, yeah, I don't know. I'm just trying to go. We're just going through it as it's brought up, and we'll see, whether these things are correct, whether they're wrong. But I see that as being a helpmeet, a helper, rather than being in subjection to and equality. So yeah, that's just how I see it. Wooly, I did read the book of Judith as well, just to let you know. So there are, I mean, it's certainly not the worst book I've ever read or looked at, but there were a couple of things that I would say brings it into question, whether it's scripture or whether it's not scripture is another thing. I don't believe that it's scripture, because I obviously accept just the 66 books. But the book of Judith says that Nebuchadnezzar was the king of Assyria, and he ruled from Nineveh. The problem with that being is that Nebuchadnezzar was the king of Babylon, not the king of Assyria. And actually, Nebuchadnezzar's father destroyed Nineveh before Nebuchadnezzar became king. So Nineveh wasn't a place anymore. It had been destroyed. So Nebuchadnezzar certainly wasn't the king of Assyria, and he certainly didn't rule from Nineveh. So those are things that I would definitely say were problematic. And also, when we look at some of the manuscripts of that, there's a problem with names in it as well. So there's a lot of Babylonian, Greek, and Persian names inside the book. And the genealogy of Judith is in the three principal Greek. So we don't know what language it was written in. So I think that most people say that it was Hebrew. But Jerome, when he translated it, said that he translated it from Aramaic, so the Aramaic version. But we have kind of three major like Greek codices that include the book of Judith, and the genealogy is different in all three of those codices that we have. So they don't match. So, and that's different in all three of them. So those are just two little problems that I saw with the book of Judith. So I'm not saying that it's not scripture and that you shouldn't if you accept it. It was just some things that I haven't done a massive study into it. I just did a quick, because I wanted to give you some kind of answer or an opinion, not an answer, but my opinion on the book. So yeah, he was king of Assyria in the sense he ruled over it. I'm not sure that it says that. I'm not sure that it's saying that he was king of Assyria as he ruled over it. I think it's saying that he was the king of Assyria rather than Babylon. But maybe I'm wrong on that, on the way that I've read that. I'll go back and have another look and see whether I can see that. But to me, it doesn't come across in that way. But yeah, there's a problem with some of the names. There's a problem with when it was written. There's a problem with some of with the genealogy of Judith in the manuscripts. And there were a couple of other ones as well. Something in the Greek about or the Hebrew about Bethula, or but I can't remember now what it was. But it was calling Judith the Virgin anyway. The ages of the patriarchs in Genesis can also vary wildly depending on the manuscript. It can, if you're utilizing the Septuagint renderings of that, and I think that the Septuagint renderings are false and incorrect. And I do a study on why I believe the Septuagint. So I don't accept the Septuagint as authoritative. So when it comes to like codices like Sinaiticus, Vaticanus, I don't hold them as authoritative. So I would chuck in the Book of Judith in the exact same way as like with these codices when it comes to Septuagint. They're to me, they are false. They're incorrect. So Yeah, and I believe that the Septuagint ages in the book of Genesis are actually incorrect, and I think that we can show the fact that they are. In Vaticanus, exactly, in Vaticanus. I don't hold Vaticanus in any great esteem at all. Vaticanus to me is not an authoritative manuscript, and I don't utilize it, or I wouldn't utilize it as part of my as authoritative scripture, because the ages in those manuscripts are wildly out from what they can be, as you correctly state, that Vaticanus has serious problems when it comes to the ages, because Methuselah certainly did not live past the flood. He definitely wasn't there. So yeah, I will do a study. I've done writings on them, and I really should do a proper study on Septuagint live discussion on the Septuagint, and why I don't accept the Septuagint as authoritative. I see major problems when it comes to the not just the ages, which are in the Septuagint, but many other things. In fact, actually, the whole story about the Septuagint I find very suspect. About the creation of the Septuagint, I find very subject and not supported by evidence at all. It's supported by conjecture and the assumption that it has already taken place, especially when it comes to the historians, when they're talking about this story, about the creation of the Septuagint, they're already accepting the story as factual, and then they're utilizing the letter of Aristeas, which is kind of our sole evidence for that translation ever actually happening. And yet the letter of Aristeas is, even by most scholars would say that the letter of Aristeas is pseudo, and it's not, it doesn't have any relevance in actual reality, and yet we then utilize that as scripture, or as authoritative proof that the Septuagint has took place. Hello, Unbiased. Thanks for being here. Welcome. We're just having open theology, Unbiased. So if you want to come on, feel free to come on. I come onto your chat all the time. You're more than welcome to come on. We're just discussing anything. So if you want to talk about anything at all, you can come on. Virgin birth, I'm happy to discuss. You can come on and chat about some of your debates that you do with the Hebrew Israelites. My channel is just open for any kind of chat at all. You're more than welcome. There should be a link in the chat, but I will post again just in case Unbiased would like to come on. So for anybody that doesn't know Unbiased, he is he's somebody that I go on his channel quite often, and he debates with the Hebrew Israelites, because I'm not allowed. They don't like to debate with me, but Unbiased gets to debate them, especially on the virgin birth, and basically makes them look a little bit silly. And yeah, he's waiting on some big fish. We're trying to get some of the bigger names for the Hebrew Israelites to actually have a debate with Unbiased. But his channel is that's where Tong G comes from. He's followed me over from Unbiased channel. Yeah, Augustine viewed the Septuagint as inspired. Yeah, of course. I think that the problem with that it being is that it's already assumed that the Septuagint is a thing by the time that Augustine comes about. He's already accepting something that is already being accepted, basically. And it is basically accepted as authoritative, and Augustine has just picked up the fact that it's already happened, and I don't think that there's any proof that this actually had happened beyond the conjecture that it already had. Hello, Unbiased.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, thanks for coming on.
Yeah, what's going on?
Yeah, we're just having an open chat, so feel free to interject on anything if there's anything you would like to.
Yeah, no, Big Fish did come through yesterday. I got somebody, I take a little easy on him, so he can come back for part 2. So I did get somebody. It was like a private invite. I think I sent you something. Yeah, sent you True Meat.
Yeah, I came on. I did come on last night, but
No, it wasn't
it was late.
No, that wasn't it.
Yeah.
No, I don't know, but it was about to happen. Wait, was True Meat on? I don't know. He didn't.
He was on there when I came on. Yeah, but
but not for the Big Fish. No, he didn't see that. No, it was just a watcher and a guest, special guest. But it was a big name, and man, they are really sold on this loins thing.
Yeah.
Loins. He was very disingenuous.
Is that on your channel?
Yeah, but it's private.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, so I gotta send you a link, just so you can view it.
Yeah.
But it's not to the public just yet.
Yeah. Okay. So I definitely want to listen into that.
And you know how I do. I have them comfortable at first, and they always comfortable and cordial until I answer more questions than they think I could, and I ask more questions that they can't answer, and then they start. He got really aggressive, and then at one point won't let me talk at all. Now he's on my channel doing this. So imagine if I'm on his.
Yeah. Well, we know what it's like on the other channels. You literally been basically silenced while you actually debate. So it's
Yeah, but
I'm going to put so for anybody that's watching, I should put a link into. I'm going to put a link into your channel because Unbiased has got loads of debates with the Hebrew Israelites, especially on the virgin birth.
Yeah, I actually took off today. I had people, lined up, and I was like, you know what? I'm not. I just started reading the Bible maybe like 40 minutes ago all day. I just finally, all right, let me open a book. But I got some interesting stuff. So that's why I sent you in. I sent you in Meets the link for that.
Yeah.
For the interesting findings. And he ironically gave me something that I totally forgot about.
Trumich or
the guy almost said the Big Fish name. The Big Fish.
Right.
Now look, this guy was so disingenuous that when he seen me about to tie a knot or connect the dots, he would not let me talk. He kept cutting it. It's irrelevant. So he wants me to show. This is his personal request, and I thank him, but it's just a request. A request doesn't have to be answered or, fulfilled. Yeah. It's just a request. He requested that I must show that, because in his mind, seed is sperma, biological, all that type of stuff. So I gotta show a biological fulfillment of the prophecy of, I guess, Acts 2:30, 1 Samuel, 2 Samuel, was it 1 Samuel 7? All those things of the prophecy that want to come.
Yeah.
So, and he don't want to hear nothing about adoption, right? That's why I said that's your personal request. Of course, you want to narrow the answers. You're not gonna get your answer at that point, but you can't narrow the answers. You got to just hear the answer and see if it makes sense. But so I would ask him, okay, if you're telling me I can't show you the prophecy saying adoption in those words, of course not. But you can't show me a fulfillment of a bloodline man.
Exactly.
Yeah, because he didn't challenge me. When I read Matthew's, he didn't challenge me. Like, it was no challenge. Like, he let me just have it. And I try to tempt him. I went to Matthew 1:18. No challenge. No challenge. He didn't care. I was confused. Like, so you don't want no pushback on the genealogy? I just showed you Joseph had no kids.
Yeah.
And you're okay with that. But you're telling me that I must prove this prophecy. So, one had nothing to do with the other. But that was interesting. So what I said was, okay, I'm going to take away this loins thing from him once and for all. And
how long was the debate? How long did you do the debate for?
Let me see. Maybe out. Well, he said 2 hours. It felt like one. Maybe 2 hours.
Yeah. So he stayed about though.
Yeah. I had to get him off, because he wanted to keep going. I said, okay, brother, I'll do more research and get back to you. I'm like being sarcastic. I want his ego to be, puffed up where he'll join the call again.
So he's going to come back for a second?
I think so. Yeah. And he doesn't mind if people call in because the watcher was there, spouse was there, and they were talking.
Right.
He didn't mind.
Oh, I should have tried to stay awake.
Yeah.
It was late for me. I mean, that was already like 3:30, 4 o'clock when you sent me that one here. So I was.
Yes, at some point I kind of gave up on him, but I was confident with what I asked him and what I brought out. Like, I thought that was sufficient enough.
What did he focus on? Just that loins thing then? Was
that's
it?
It. That's it.
He
put all his eggs in that all his eggs in that one basket.
Do you think he knew who you were?
No.
But
I think he definitely was suspicious.
All right.
He kept asking my name, and he knew I wasn't the average person because he tried the whole Judah thing with Mary, and when I didn't go for that, that's what caught his attention because he tried to sign me that position. So I was like, nah, she's a Levite. And I guess he agreed. So he like, wait a minute, who is this guy?
Yeah.
And then that's when he started being like more aggressive. Especially when I challenged him with Thriepland and Zerubbabel. When he said he was making a point and said Thriepland was the father of Zerubbabel. So I was like, really? So I took him to Chronicles to debunk that, and he would not let me bring it out. I had to talk over him for the first time. And then when I tried to read Exodus about a stranger being as one as somebody, a homeborn person.
Yeah.
I had to read over him again. Like, he would not read the proof. Like, he wouldn't let me he wouldn't let me read the proof. He'll just keep talking. So I got to yell over him to read the verse.
I think I got another verse for you, but I won't read it out here. But I'm sure that I found another verse somewhere, and that I wanted to send you.
So it turned out that when he was blocking me, from reading the verses, the next morning, I got a screenshot that he already knew about those verses. That's why he's blocking me.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. It's really damaging information. It's really damaging. It's like he incriminated himself.
Yeah.
Sharing that information that got back to me. I said, so he knew where I was going. That's why he wouldn't let me talk.
And that was on, that was on your channel. And he's still
Yep. Yeah. You're being disingenuous, like getting all aggressive. Like, I'm like, wow, if you're winning, why would you be the aggressor?
You don't need to go like that, do you? If you're winning.
Cut me off. And he talked freely. He go to Numbers 1:18. He goes wherever he goes freely. He talks so much. I wait for him to finish. Of course, I disagree with everything he's saying, almost everything. And then once it get done, I patiently just, okay, let me address all, I patch it all up. Let me address that. Let me address this. Let me address that. Let me address this. And now let me answer everything you asked me. So not only did I address his arguments, but I went to answer the question he thought couldn't be answered. And he's seen it. He's seen it.
Yeah.
He had a rough night going to bed. And I was very, very light. Because I didn't want him to hang up. And I want to talk to him again. Because I wanted a part 2 so I can get through this loins thing. But I never got a chance to look at it today. So it probably in the Super Bowl coming up. So it probably won't be today. With that guy, I'm probably going to talk to him probably Monday or Tuesday.
Oh, is it Super Bowl today, is it?
Yeah. And that's assuming he didn't figure me out. Because I think it's getting real close. Because some of the guys that debated are starting on their channels. They're starting to change my name that I gave them to my channel name. Like they're starting to figure out, hey, that's
right.
that guy. But I think it's one individual though. Somebody is the one going around telling them these things because they only know me as one person. But after the debate, they got my real channel there. So somebody is going around. It might be Apostle, but somebody's definitely going around telling me, yo, you debated this guy.
Yeah. It wouldn't surprise me if it was Apostle. Obviously he's an Israelite, so he's going to go around and try and support his people. So yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if it was Apostle.
Either him or indigenous. I think I'll be shocked somebody else.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd like Apostle to come here to this channel, but I don't think he would come here and discuss.
Well, you would definitely have to come to his first. I guarantee that.
I wouldn't go to Lion's Den.
No, not Lion's Den. Yeah, he's gonna want you to come to his StreamYard.
Has he got StreamYard? Has he got his own channel?
Yeah. I went there. with him when he started pronouncing Jesus as Eus.
Was that on there? Was it?
Yeah, that's it. That's a brother.
Oh, right.
That's not his name. His name's like Eus. Eus.
Yeah. Yeah. There's some. Have you discussed with him about those the Sinaiticus yet that he was?
Nah, he's been running from me ever since. Like he's talking about me, but he's been running from me at the same time. He's watching my lives, but won't click the link. He won't comment. He's just trying to sneak information. So yeah. So but JJ did call in last night, so I was able to express that to JJ. I said, JJ, he didn't have a Codex Sinaiticus. He had this. He had this collation.
Oh, he called into your channel.
Yeah, JJ last night.
Okay.
So I explained. So he said that Google lost. I said, how? He said because the Codex Sinaiticus is not the oldest Bible. So I said, well, aren't they even? Because the second part he won. He showed the virgin birth in the Codex Sinaiticus. He said, oh yeah. He said, well, the judges said. So if Apostle won part 1 and Google won part 2, how do you determine a loser at that point?
Yeah, well, the best you can get is a draw out of that.
Right.
Surely, if it's 1-1, that's a draw.
JJ admit that Google showed the virgin birth in the Codex Sinaiticus. So it's like, what are you talking about?
He didn't on the show. He didn't on his show though.
Who?
JJ. He didn't say that on the show.
Yeah. He didn't because he was really mad at Google.
Yeah, and there was no way that he was going to admit that on the show.
No.
On that debate, that he showed the virgin birth in that in that manuscript. I mean, he wasn't even acknowledging that was the manuscript.
He showed it right. He showed it from an English translation of that manuscript.
Yeah.
Right. And they seen it. They thought it was. They were under the impression that he was reading from what Apostle had in his hand, the collation.
Yeah. I know that's exactly what they thought. But
okay, that's okay. Now I see why he lost, because they didn't accept it.
Yeah, because they didn't even understand what he was reading from. That's the problem. It is when you're not aware of what textual criticism is, and you're. But the thing is that what I wish Google would have picked up on it and said,
"Yeah, me too." I wish it'd been like, guys, do you know what I'm reading? I'm reading the English version of a Greek text, like you guys read the English version of the Text and Receptus text.
Yeah, and
Mine is
you
called the
you
Codex
have a
Sinaiticus.
book that you've literally just stated the date is 1800 and something. Can you? That's clearly not Sinaiticus, is it? From 1800. So, yeah. See, that guy Scrivener is the guy that translated the Textus Receptus back. So he took the King James Bible and he translated that into Greek.
Oh, really?
So that's the guy that did that. So if you see a Greek Textus Receptus by Scrivener, that's the guy that did that in the 1800s. He took the King James and translated it back. And his version is different than the Greek that the King James Bible was basically translated from. His is slightly different. There are differences. So he translated it in a different way than the Greek, in the original, the Greek that the King James Bible was based upon, basically. So there were differences between them. But that's Scrivener, and he was just looking at the difference between the Textus Receptus and the Sinaiticus. That's what that book was. Just looking at the differences. So, it wasn't the manuscript itself, and it was embarrassing for somebody to pretend. Or the thing is, like I said in the comments on some of the times, I don't think that Apostle was being disingenuous. I just think he was very, very wrong. He honestly thought that was Sinaiticus. That was more of a problem than the disingenuousness.
He said, "There's Greek and English in here."
Yeah. I've got the oldest Bible, and it's in Greek and English. What are you? You know that English didn't exist back in like 350 AD. Wow! But
he said, and then he lied and said, "It's the introduction. The whole." And then the Google said, "Yeah, that's the introduction. Go further." He said, "The whole book is the introduction."
Yeah. So there's a comment there that I'm just going to address. Wooly, the King James wasn't translated from a Greek translation from the Latin translation at all. The King James Bible was based on Greek manuscripts. They utilized the Latin Vulgate and Latin manuscripts when they translated it into English, but they didn't. The Greek wasn't based on the Latin. That wasn't correct. That's not factual. Given its leave Gentile and pastor untranslated, I wonder if the KJV also used actual Latin. No, they didn't utilize. It's not the King James Bible is based on Greek manuscripts. They utilized the Latin Vulgate, but the Greek manuscripts didn't come from the Latin Vulgate. You might be talking about Erasmus, who translated the last bit of Revelation. He didn't have those verses in the Greek, so he translated it from the Latin. You might be talking about the last part of the book of Revelation, but not the book itself. Yeah, no, he didn't translate. He didn't translate the Comma Johannian, 1 John 5:7 from the Greek, from the Latin. He didn't. There was a Greek manuscript presented to him. Codex Montfortianus was presented to him, and he included it in his translation because of the Greek manuscript, not because of the Latin. It was the last part of Revelation that he didn't have any Greek manuscripts, but that was only in his first edition. Mind, he created 5 editions. He went back through, and he didn't change that last 5. He didn't change the ending, so he obviously believed that was correct. I have done the formation of the King James Bible, Wooly. Go and have a look. So, go and have a look at my about John's comma. Yeah, that was a manuscript produced because he didn't include 1 John 5:7 in his first edition of in his first 2 editions of the Textus Receptus. So he produced 5. He started it. He started the Textus Receptus, Erasmus. He produced 5 versions. The first 2 versions didn't include the comma, the 1 John 5:7, because he didn't have any Greek manuscripts that included it. And he was challenged by a guy who said, "Why have you not included the 1 John 5:7 in your Textus Receptus?" And he says, "Because it's not in my Greek manuscripts. If I get a Greek manuscript that has it, I will include it." And then he was presented with this manuscript, who a lot of people think that was created just for that purpose. But it was from a Greek manuscript that he utilized that from. But the Comma Johannian existed long time before that. Before Erasmus added it. Anyway, I hope that kind of answers that. But yeah, go and have a look at my my study on John on 1 John 5:7. You'll see, and the formation of the King James Bible as well. Yeah. So I'm biased. So we've obviously had lots of chats on your channel, but I want to, seeing that you're here, and I'd like to say address comments because it is open chat. But can you let my listeners know basically a little bit about your background, where you come from, your theological background, and where you are now?
Yeah. So so the first religion I joined was the Nation of Islam. So that's Islam, American Islam, basically, like the Black Muslims from Malcolm X and those guys, Elijah Muhammad. And then from there, I became a Hebrew Israelite, a Black Israelite. And then from there, I just became a researcher, just a studier, just the truth. Like I got to more science and things like that, chemistry, to be more specific, chemistry. And you get into chemistry, when you study chemistry, believe me, you will run into the Big Bang. Like it's inevitable. So you're gonna run into that. Not necessarily evolution, but definitely Big Bang you're gonna run into. Because you're dealing with atoms and what came first, what came second, and you're gonna read about, like I said, it's inevitable. You're gonna read about the Big Bang. Because the Big Bangs are based off those chemicals that spread once space expanded. So it has nothing to do with explosion. It just, when space expanded, that's when you get your elements. And through space, then the other elements came on Earth. I think through a comet. Comet hit Earth, and we get the other earthly elements. I think like gold, things like that came through. They say from a comet that had ice on it. Yeah. So then when I had heard about this Kanye West thing, I didn't realize how big the Hebrew Israelite movement have grown. So the camps that were small when I was around, like entertained by that stuff, these guys amassed like 100-fold. Like, damn. And I'm like, yeah. And I totally opposed that doctrine. So I said, oh yeah, I gotta stop. I gotta do my part. And however significant it is to stop this movement from growing, because it's ruining people's lives, like Kanye West. It's based off false knowledge, cherry picked verses, fake, everything about it is just cherry picked and mistranslated, misinterpreted, and just flat out just wrong. And people's livelihoods being destroyed by a lie.
How did you get into the whole Hebrew Israelite thing? Was that from the Nation of Islam? Was it just like
because the Nation of Islam, they read a lot of Bible. So it's funny. That's why like the Orthodox Islamic world doesn't respect them, because their focus is not the Quran, it's the Bible. And so we read, we'll say Allah, but we don't ever read Allah. We're gonna read God and Jehovah and wherever's in the Bible. The Lord, the Most High. That's what we're gonna read. So then after a while, you become in love with the Bible. You become, you like to read it. And I I seen these guys on it. So I'm watching YouTube and I just see guys in the corner screaming, you know, the Bible. So I was like, who the hell are these guys? And I started to like, first it's entertainment. I was listening for entertainment. I'm like, hold up. Then I'm learning stuff from them though. Like, wow, okay. It says what? The Bible says what? And I'm writing it down. Now, after that, I started really looking at other guys and seeing like flourish, look, other guys. And it was like similar to my doctrine, because the next Islam is like a racist doctrine. And so is the Hebrew Israelite doctrine. So it's like similar with the racism, but this is just more based on Bible. I said, okay, that might be better for me. And that's how.
Yeah. So obviously, how long did you stay in the Hebrew Israelite doctrine?
Yeah, I was there for a while. Let's see. When did I'm trying to think. I might have got in there about 2000. I'm gonna say in between 5 to like 9, anywhere between there.
Right. So could be up to about 4 years inside of it.
But it could have been earlier.
Yeah.
I have to. You know what? The one guy dragged in with me, he passed. So I can't even ask him. But definitely, okay, well, I got videos. So I about to say 10 years. I forgot, I got my video. About 8 to 10 years.
Right. Okay.
And then 8 to 10 years ago.
What was it that kind of made you come to the point where you said, this isn't right?
Yeah, because like I said, I'm more of a researcher. So when I listen to one camp with the most extreme racist doctrine, and then you'll see another camp come up that believes almost everything, but not this part. So as a natural researcher, I'm why they don't believe that? I thought that was in the Bible. I thought it was just so perfect. And then when I look into their argument, and I can compare and contrast arguments in the scriptures, I realize, oh, this other guy is right. So, and then you think nothing of it. Okay, I'll make that small adjustment. I'll add that there, and then that one was the Gentiles being saved. They could get salvation. So that's the first thing I read. I said, wow, so they can get salvation. Oh, that's interesting. And don't forget, I'm speaking from the lens of an Israelite, where like we are like I'm confirming through my lens at that time that I was the Israelite. So I'm like, wow, Gentiles can get salvation. And then as I kept listening to other videos, another camp popped up, the virgin birth. And that's like laughable in Israel. So this one camp was like, yeah, dummies, because they're always arguing with each other. So like they made this like parody video, like calling each other dummies. They was like, the virgin birth is true, stupid. And then it was like showing the verses, and like they had music behind it, really entertaining. So I'm like following. At first I was like, at first my mind state was, look at these idiots, they believe in the virgin birth. And then I was watching it. So I'm like, this is very, very interesting. And I forgot to add this one part. That's probably the most critical part that helped get me out the Israelite movement. I had a friend, a black guy named Elliot, who lives in like Iowa, and he moved to Jersey where I live at just for a little while. But then he had a friend named Brand. He was Native American, but he looked Caucasian, and he lived in Oklahoma. He had all the benefits of a Native American, right? He had everything, free hospital, all that stuff, and he actually worked for themselves over there. So Brand was like you could say I forgot what he called himself, progressive Christian, but definitely Christian, but outside the box, like kind of like you. So Brand, so when I had those Israelite hardcore beliefs, he and Elliot would challenge me sometimes. So I'm forced to get this, confrontation by my own friends, like, damn. And we'll talk, I'll yell at them, how Hebrews do. But when I go to bed, it was never like a good night's sleep. I think about what they said, the verses, the scriptures, like, wow, I think that do make sense. And then I'll be up all night trying to prove them wrong, and I just verify what they said. Like, wow, they're right. And then that's kind of how I kind of like research myself out of that doctrine.
Did you find it hard to leave?
No. The Nation of Islam was easy. Once I felt like this wasn't true, it was easy.
Did they try to pull you back? Did they make it harder for you to leave? Obviously, you wanted to leave.
I would say the only hard part is this. It's like, damn, how I'm going to, not to them, not to the Nation of Islam, not to the Hebrew Israelite movement. How I'm going to convince my family I'm no longer that. That was the hardest part too, because I was professing this for years, both. So I'm like, damn, how am I gonna get them convinced that I'm no longer that? When I was hardcore for all these years straight.
Yeah.
Yeah, but believing and what's my mind made up. I was always like strong-minded growing up. You couldn't I never fell for peer pressure, drugs, gangs, none of that stuff. So once my mind is made up, you're wasting your time talking to me, like to convince me otherwise. Like, you really just waste your time. So once I made my mind up to leave those organizations, it didn't matter what they said. I just ignored them. It's like just I'll listen, but it just wasn't, the seed wasn't landing. It was on stony ground.
Mm.
It wasn't going to fertile soil.
So would they consider you so like when it comes to like people like Jehovah's Witnesses and stuff, they would, if you leave, you're kind of ostracized and everything, and you're kind of probably worse than I don't want to misrepresent the position of Jehovah's Witnesses, but it's kind of like you're not allowed, your whole family wouldn't be allowed to speak to you if they were still the same the same religion. Would that have been the same for you? Would it have been like
it's a little different? It's a little different because
do you become worse than a Christian now, or do you just get
no
thrown in the same?
No, I'll tell you why. No, and it's because I think at first I think it's how I leave. I think those people, LJ, I think their exit is like Exodus, where they split the Red Sea, kill all the Egyptians, and that's why they can't come back. My exit is never like that. My exit is a gradual, less attendance, less conversation, less congregation, less fellowship, less, and then it's like nothing really. So my exit was never like obvious. They would learn later, like, oh, I guess he's no longer Muslim. I guess he's no longer Israelite. Yeah, so I didn't leave like in a grand, hey everybody, I'm out of here, go to hell. It was never like that.
Right. So just a bit more gradual.
Yeah. It's just like a
sliding out type thing.
Yeah, it's a slow step back, slow step back. And then you'll find me on Sinetta on Unc's channel. With the Hebrew Israelite name, but just not the doctrine too much.
Right. And do you think that like being inside of it has helped you to kind of argue against it?
Yeah.
Because you kind of know the doctrines a bit more.
That's why I wouldn't listen to anybody. Like, for example, you have people telling you what goes on in the building or like Area 51 or wherever, and they never been there. I would say never believe people who never was inside something that they speak against. How do you know? You don't. You only know when you know. And that's why like your best argument will be people who were like former you.
Yeah. And do you think it's made you more determined to kind of prove them wrong to
because I know it's false. I know it's false, and I was upset when I came to certain Israelites one-on-one to show them their misinterpretation of what they thought was true, and just like the way they ignore it and don't want to talk about it or talk over you. I was like discouraged, like, wow, I thought you guys were like searching for the truth.
And so would it be their whole doctrine that you would disagree with? Would it be, would you, as in like, you don't think that that you would be classified as, or they are classified as a true Jew? Or is it just the teachings that they have? Or do you just not believe in that they're true Jews either?
Yeah, no, they're not true Jews, and all of that. Well, if you're gonna rely all that based on Deuteronomy 28, then you're not a true Jew.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it would have to be something more stronger, and that's not good enough. And what I mean by stronger, you need to have some type of ties to that area, over there in the Middle Eastern world, which they don't. So that would be their best proof to show they got some type of connection or lineage to over there in the Middle Eastern world, the Mediterranean, all that area, and they don't. They're West Africans in Africa, and they were nowhere over there.
Yeah. So, okay. So another question. Because this one I'm not 100% myself. I'm not convinced on. The Jews which are in Israel right now, would you think that they were original Jews, or are they converts?
Now, I would think the original Jews, they just mixed. They just like the Egyptians. The Egyptians just mixed. But you can see the DNA, all the markers and all that sciencey stuff right there. And when you mix and then you keep mixing and then stay amongst your own, of course you're gonna have a bunch of light skinned people, white complected people. And if those same people mix with Africans, right, and mix with Africans and then just only mix with Africans, then you're gonna have a whole bunch of black people. But originally they would be the people of Middle East, that Semitic area originally.
Yeah. See, I would say that Jews are basically rainbow colored. They are basically every shade of color. I wouldn't say that black people can't be Israelite, can't be true Jews, and I wouldn't say that white people can't be true Jews. I would say that it would probably be a mixture, and so because of the mixing that has happened, there will be black Jews, there will be white Jews, there will be darker Jews, lighter Jews. They just come in all different shades. So I wouldn't say that one specific people would be. You would say that, but yeah. I'm not positive on those people over there because obviously there's the Ashkenazi Jews who we know that there's converts, and they do sound very, like when they speak, they do sound very like Eastern European type. The pronunciation and everything is very.
Yeah, no, that's nothing. Because I played basketball with guys who I thought were white and they were Muslim, Arab. So and I got Indian kids that some look like they're African American, and you can't tell me otherwise, other than me being a teacher and I know their parents. I would have never believed it otherwise. And you got some Indian kids they look Caucasian, just like an Ashkenazi Jew, but they're actually Indian. Everything about language, everything about them. And again, like you can just mix with certain people and then keep mixing because like for the most part, Jewish people just mix with like white other Jewish people. And in India, a lot of them go for the bright white Indians. You know, that's like what they do. So of course you're gonna have like a light white bright Indian.
Right.
And the Nation of Islam founder, Farad Muhammad, is a white Indian that they said was black. He was clearly a white Indian or white something. He was definitely not black, but they say he was black. So you can mix breed, and you could become very light like black people in America. They could mix, and you be light. Or you can stay mixing with dark, and you could be dark. It's just that simple. So my family is on the light side, but if we started to date up with dark-skinned people and keep doing that for the next 100 years, we'll be all black. We're very dark. It's not hard to be dark and light.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I was going to ask you a question. I've forgotten what I was going to ask now.
No. Well, are you thinking about that? Let me add this in there. I don't think the original Jews were white or black. I think they were yellow, like you see in the Arab world now. I think that's how they normally look. And then we start mixing, I think you get your dark and white. And this is why both of them are confused. And both of them think they're the true Egyptians because they seen white Egyptians, they seen black. But these are all people late. That color was late. That those features, those African and then those European features were all late.
Right. Yeah. I remember the question that I was going to ask. So when obviously you were a Hebrew Israelite, did you? Because obviously you would have been taught the Esau thing, that the two nations came out. Yeah. Did you just accept that at that time, or was that something?
Yeah, because well, that's what I'm trying to tell you. That I believe that doctrine comes from Nation of Islam. That fit perfectly because
Because you were already believing it.
Yeah,
You had
well,
already believed that.
this Islam use those same that same language.
Yeah.
We don't. Okay, so in America, black folks were called colored people, and then Islam they reversed it. They say we call white people colored people because they're the color red. So it's the same exact doctrine. They use red and white, and the Israelites use red. So it was like, oh yeah, it makes sense. You know, I always known that.
Yeah, it just makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so you just automatically assumed that like the white people were Esau and
and don't forget they have pictures and stuff to make it easier to see.
yeah.
To visualize. You got pictures of Esau.
Yeah, they do like their memes. I know that for a fact. They're all over Facebook with their memes constantly every day.
They even got movies that they reject that we had to watch to confirm Esau's white.
So you'd sit and watch a movie, a film done to show that Esau is white.
Yeah.
And
there's certain books like the Catacombs. Like we all got the Catacomb books. Like some of this stuff you just had to buy. We all got a Zondervan Pack Bible. We all got the Catacombs. We all got again. We all watched those movies. Like this was before camps was so dispersed as they are now. But that time, there's like 3 or 4 major camps, and they all had these books and stuff. Everybody had it. You could like almost guarantee the Israelite of that time got a Zondervan Bible, compact Bible. He has a Catacombs book and a few other things, plus that movie.
You've got to answer this question for me. I'm biased, and you've got to answer me this one honestly. Did you have a Power Ranger outfit?
Nah, no.
You didn't have your Power Ranger outfit.
I never joined a camp. I was a YouTube Israelite.
Right. Okay. I was gonna say.
Yeah. Now the only camp I would have joined, I would have been close to a Power Ranger. Well, like GOCC never wore that. Like they just wore white. So yeah, so GOCC uniforms were never like that.
Yeah, no, I can't say I've seen GOCC in outfit actually.
Yeah, it's all white. They use all white in the head wrap. That's it.
Yeah.
Everybody's all white. Yeah.
So because IUIC is the purple, isn't it? That's they got those purple ones. But then there are some of the other ones where they've got like the wristbands and they've got the headbands and they've got like the leather, like even down to like capes and stuff. I've seen some of them wearing.
They believe they're wearing the garment of Revelations and Daniel's.
Yeah. I did see a debate. So somebody's just asked a question. Do they think that Esau looked like Chewbacca or something?
Yeah, that's what the movie that was about that I watched. It's a bunch like cavemen.
Yeah, because obviously it's like red and hairy, isn't it? So it's
right. They have you watch movies that dealt with like cavemen, and they'll just say that's Esau. That's the proof. That's how he looked.
Right. So they go back to like the Neanderthal man type thing, caveman,
exactly,
and say that this is Esau in the originality of
something
Esau.
came on a History Channel. It's like a mandatory watch.
Yeah.
They're done with the Neanderthal. Yep, exactly.
Yeah. So basically we're and they will show that though, won't they? They will show like what they will have a meme of, like they will find the hairiest white man and say this is Esau. I mean, like it doesn't mean that all white men have this kind of are hairy, and I've seen hairy black people as well.
Right.
Well, but they will just find a hairy white man and say, "Look at Esau! Look at Esau!" and then they'll find this the reddest man,
right,
and say, "Look, they're red. They're really red. That's the color of them, really." So Wool is just asked, why do certain groups dress so weirdly? But I think that is basically because they're trying to copy the Levitical laws, aren't they? Like the rules of the dress and
and I get it. Well, I get it that I get that. That's the warrior outfit. Like when Revelations, when they describe Jesus, you know, he had like the battle robe on, I guess. The girts to the pat, like all that stuff's supposed to be like symbolic like of a war gear. So that's why they wear it when they go out and teach. It's like they're in spiritual war.
Yeah, so they're going to war, aren't they? Because that's what they're doing. So they'll dress up when they don't dress up like that, like all the time, do they? When they go to their camps and stuff, it's just when they're out.
Well,
going to battle.
Eventually, it came to now GMS don't wear that all the time because they wear like the bummy like robe, you know, war thing. But the other guys, it became fashion. It became fashionable. So now they do wear it all the time. When they're together, at least when they're together. Yeah, so it became like fashionable where they would wear it outside of a street teaching.
Yeah, I mean, they obviously have no problem doing, but it does look quite comical in that sense. But they obviously think that it makes them kind of unified and stand out type thing, and you know, maybe that exact same thing, that exact mentality of we're going out to battle, we're going out to war, so let's put on our war costume type thing. They don't see it as like what other people look at them as, like their Power Ranger outfit and stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's it is growing though, isn't it? It's a growing concern that needs to be addressed, because it is taking good black people away and chucking them off into this false doctrine, and wrapping them up into this, and it almost becomes, well, it does become their life, doesn't it? It's like it's all that they're
they get married, have kids, you know what? They get married, have kids, they have jobs based on that stuff. Matter of fact, their jobs, some of them don't work Saturday on their job.
Yeah, so it is very affecting on their life. Yeah. So it does need to be addressed.
And the thing is, so when I speak to other Israelites, so it's really, from my experience, it's split in half. So if you got 10 Israelites, you're going to find 5 for one West, the hardcore Esau doctrine. You're going to find 5. You know, I never asked the other 5, do they believe in Esau? I asked them everything else. So they believe Gentiles can get saved. They believe the virgin birth. I never asked them about Esau. So I don't know. That's a question mark. But
if they're one West, it would be Esau is the white man, and
what these guys not one West. So
right, okay.
So I was gonna say, so when it comes to Black Israelites, they're split in half. You'll find just as many that don't believe that's black as you find as many that do believe that that's black.
Right. Okay.
So it's because I believe I had so many debates lined up, and I just said, hold on, let me ask this guy this question. Do you believe, like, what's your thoughts on Romans 1:16? You know, and then he's like, oh yeah, no, that's true. What's your thoughts on the virgin birth? Oh yeah, the Heavenly Father came down and wait, oops, never mind. Don't call that number.
So yeah, because you're only wanting to deal with the ones with denying the virgin birth.
Yeah, don't call that number.
Yeah,
you won't enjoy the show. You will not enjoy it.
Are there any other? Obviously, apostle that comes on your channel is still a Hebrew Israelite. Have you got any? Is there any ex Hebrew Israelites on your channel?
Yeah. We got Eric Bond is one. Well,
Eric is he's one, yeah.
Yeah, so I think he's still Bible. I think he's still. I don't know how far deep he's still Israel.
Right.
But he hold on. Commercial.
That is unbiased little one screaming in the background. But yeah, so hopefully, like, this has been for people that are because obviously we've done studies on my channel about the Hebrew Israelites and stuff, and we've gone into some of the doctrines, and I still will be doing some more videos on the Hebrew Israelites. But Unbiased is a former Hebrew Israelite. So, and we actually, I've found, well, he found me on Facebook. Basically, he posted about wanting to discuss with people that about the virgin birth, and he posted, and I answered, and obviously I believed in the virgin birth, and I thought that Unbiased was, because it was on a Hebrew Israelite Christian Facebook page, I thought that Unbiased believed that he was a Hebrew Israelite and believed that the virgin birth wasn't true, and he actually thought that I was the opposite, and that I thought that the virgin birth wasn't true. And so he said to me that he wouldn't have even bothered inviting me on if he would have known. But we've worked together, and we've been working together on the virgin birth and strengthening the arguments and stuff. And so I'm hoping that that he's going to go into some other doctrines, as some of the other doctrines as well. So he started on his channel going into the Gentiles, which is something that we're going to work on. Who are the Gentiles? Whether they're, because the Hebrew Israelites will say that the Gentiles. It depends. Most of the time, the Gentiles are Gentiles, but when it's talking about a Gentile with relation to being saved or doing something good, then that Gentile is a one of the lost tribes of Israel, and they're actually part of Israel in reality. So they pick and choose when the Gentiles are Gentiles, like me, and when they are, really they're referring to Israelites. So that's something that needs to be looked at as well. But but that's just another way of how they pick and choose the verses that they're going to support, and when they're going to Strongs, and do some unit. There are, on some of the channels that I speak to, there are a few. I don't think it's many of like Unitarians that reject the virgin birth. I just think the virgin birth is accepted by the most of Christianity, regardless of what denomination or belief that you have. Catholics accept it, the Protestants accept it. I'm 100%, 99% sure that the Jehovah's Witnesses accept it. I think most people. There are some. There's definitely some Unitarians that reject the virgin birth. But
I never met one non-Israelite who rejected the virgin birth. So that'd be interesting.
Right.
To talk to them.
I have talked to some like Unitarians that would say that the virgin birth wasn't true. I don't know why. They've gone that way. But in reality, I would say that they're probably going that the New Testament, they would be ones that would reject some of the New Testament. That's Josiah. Did he? I'm not sure if Josiah did. He rejects a lot of the New Testament, so I think Josiah might. There is a possibility that he might reject it, because he does reject quite a lot of the New Testament, to be honest, or he certainly doesn't think that it's authoritative. So yeah. My thoughts on the Didache, or Didache. I am suspicious of it, as it is a very late manuscript, 12th century, though it does seem to mostly teach things that could go back to the apostles. Yeah, I would. I'd probably say that I would accept it. The Didache. I've got it somewhere. I don't know where my copy is. Not even sure where my copy of the Didache is. It's a Jewish debate point. Yeah, that's fundamental in the Jewish debate between Christianity and between Christianity and the Jewish thing. But I think a lot of the Hebrew Israelites, if you listen to some of their arguments, I think that they have picked up a lot of their arguments from the Jews themselves.
Yeah. I've seen that too. I said, okay, no wonder they're making more sense now, right? Out of nowhere, they make more sense because they was really the arguments were really terrible at one point, and I see it makes more sense. I'm thinking they're reading now until I started watching some of those same Jewish videos. I'm like, oh, they're watching this stuff. I said,
they're watching people like Tovia Singer and getting their arguments and going, right, well, this they've already argued against the virgin birth, and we'll just copy it because it is very, very similar. A lot of their arguments are very, very similar, especially it has to be the loins thing, because the Jews will do that. They argue that Jesus has to be the bloodline of David and stuff, and it has to come through the Father. That was the verse that there you go. That was the verse that I won't say it now. I'll send you it, biased. There's a verse that regarding the bloodline that I needed to send you. Definitely, it relates to the virgin birth. So, my biggest issue is it claims the Eucharist is a sacrifice. Yeah. I don't take anything apart from the 66 books as being authoritative. I can see I utilize like the Didache and like the Diatessaron and stuff just to support. I don't know where my my Diatessaron from Tatian, but I don't know where my Didache is. I wouldn't say that it was authoritative in any way. The Didache, so I wouldn't utilize it to help support when it supports the Bible, but I don't utilize it. But yeah, they're definitely watching Tovia Singer, and some other Jewish, but I've seen they've been debating Jews a little bit more. Recently, I've seen quite a few Hebrew Israelite Jewish debates, and that was that guy that you debated, Akarian or something.
Are you also that weird feminine guy?
Yeah. I keep saying his name wrong, but him. He debated one.
Arayla, that's his name.
Arayla, that's it. Yeah. And he says to the Jew that you don't even speak Hebrew. You speak Yiddish. You don't speak Hebrew. You don't even know what Hebrew means. And then he argued about the tassels and stuff. One of the points of the dress, and he was saying, yours are incorrect and mine are. And he was showing him that his was correct, and the Jew doesn't know what he's talking about. And but he didn't let that Jew speak very often either. So, yeah. But that's it. If you go to their channel, they just don't let you speak. I've gone on to Deacons a couple of times, and I've like posted in the comments, and he has actually said for me to go on.
To do what?
I've seen what he does to what he calls white devils on there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's no point. I will not get any way. As soon as especially because I would classify myself as quite an educated white devil, and if I'm on there and I even start to come to the point where I'm going to show him where he might be incorrect, that's the end. That's it.
Yeah.
And then he's just going to shut me up, cut me off, and then just make me look stupid. in front of his audience, because I will have no way of rebutting it, because he won't give me the opportunity to do it. He'll only allow me to speak if he thinks that I'm showing myself up and he's able to argue against it. So I don't think there's any point in me going on there. But he is. So I'm actually going to on where am I? So I'm going to add my. So this is. I don't know if you can see that. So this is Deacon Destruction Mode. That's his website. So this is a guy that the Hebrew Israelite. He's Sakari, isn't he? Yeah.
Yeah.
But,
yeah. He's so important in that group that he don't have to use the Sakari.
Yeah. And you'll see, just like if you go onto his channel and just go through his channels, there's there's debate, lots of debates, but the debates that you'll see are be the ones where they are where they've kind of destroyed the white man, because obviously the white man didn't know what he was talking about at the time, so they love to show those types of
Right.
arguments. Yeah. You have to wonder, do they argue against people that are able to argue against them, and then they don't show those videos or not? So how many times?
Right. Oh yeah.
I'm sure it does.
I was surprised. The guy debated Sunday actually showed the whole thing. I'm like, all right.
Yeah, because they deleted some of yours, didn't they?
Two of them decided not to upload it. One guy cropped it out because I was part of his show. The other guy never uploaded it.
No, so Sakari, Power of One, Sakari is the name of the camp. That's their name of their camp. So you've got camps like IUIC, which is Israel United in Christ. That's their name. So it's just IUIC, Israel United in Christ, and Sakari is just the name of that particular. That's the name of their camp, because they call them camps basically. So yeah, and that's their particular name. So there's lots actually. So IUIC is one of the biggest now, isn't it? Unbiased will know more than me on which ones are the biggest ones. So there's GOCC. What does that stand for? GOCC, unbiased.
It stands for the Gather of Christ.
That's it. Yeah. Yeah. And then you've got Sakari, who Deacon is probably one of the biggest things of that particular tribe. Nathaniel is IUIC. He's like, yeah. So let me just bring. So this is the guy. I'll put it. I don't know if you'll be able to hear anyway, but did you see that one? You know my friend James, the guy that owns that, who runs that website that they utilized the text of the New Testament. He had a debate with Sakari. He didn't even realize that he was debating, though. They rang into one of his shows. Okay, so that's Deacon, basically, and he's got a red Sakari t-shirt on. and a tea towel on his head. They all wear that. What's I'll wait for Apostle for Unbiased to come back, because I'll try and find Apostle's channel. I'd like to actually go on and have a look, because yeah, as Unbiased was saying, they're very similar, like the Nation of Islam, and I don't know a huge amount about Nation of Islam, to be honest. I've only really heard of them. I don't really know their doctrine or anything like that, but their doctrine is very similar in the sense to the Hebrew Israelites. So it has a meaning in Hebrew, but I thought it was one guy. Yeah, I don't know what Sakari actually means, to be honest. Myself, maybe you do. But yeah, this is one of the lights.
Sakari is supposed to mean something in the Bible. It's like a biblical term, I guess.
Yeah, I don't really even know what that is. It's obviously from the Hebrew, I would presume. So it's
Oh yeah, it's definitely going to have the eight. Okay, so they believe this. It's called Lakwash. What's the Laquan Ladash Hebrew? Okay, that's something that their founders made up, where they only accept vowels A, I, and Y. That's why all their names will only have A, I, and Y. And even my name, when I was Israelite, had only had the A, I. It's like, really? You gonna eat the banana peel?
What's Apostles channel? Is it just Apostles Zakwan?
I think so. I'll get a link real fast.
Zakwan, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. I found it.
I think he may come to your channel.
Yeah, I found his So this guy, this apostle, he was having a debate with zealot. Oh, it means zealot. Ah, right. Yeah. Aha. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. If Sakari means zealot, that definitely makes sense. So this guy, Apostle Zakwan, he was having a debate with a guy who goes on to Unbiased's channel. His name's Google Scholar, and he was having a debate, and he was trying to argue for the Sinaiticus, the manuscript Sinaiticus, and he believed that he had a copy of this Sinaiticus Bible, but what he really had was an 18th or 19th century book written by Scrivener, where Scrivener looked at the differences between the Textus Receptus and the text of Sinaiticus. And he was saying, because Matthew, the Gospel of Matthew is not in this book, because clearly it wouldn't be, because it's not on a manuscript. He was trying to say that that the virgin birth was not in the Codex Sinaiticus, because it wasn't in this book. And he honestly thought that he was reading from the manuscript Sinaiticus. And he just would not have it that this was not Sinaiticus. It was quite embarrassing, really, because it just showed how this. I don't even know where he's studying. Is he part of a group? Is he a member of a camp, or is he just on his own? I don't think he's member of a camp either. He believes that he's a Hebrew Israelite, but I think he's just like does his own thing. And he was arguing with Unbiased as well about how to say Jesus's name in Greek. He said that it was Ius or something like that. And Unbiased was showing him in the Greek, and he doesn't listen. We've had a few interactions together online, but not a huge amount. But he likes to think he's very, very well studied. I would disagree. I'm not saying that he isn't studied. He's certainly not correct on what he studied, and what he actually puts forward. He's funny. He's interesting to listen to.
Right, he's definitely entertaining.
He definitely entertains. There's no question about that.
You are sure to get a good laugh. I can guarantee you'll get a good laugh.
Yeah, you'll definitely laugh at his arguments. Now, there's one guy that I want to show you. So, just in case for those is vocab, Malone.
Well, why does he look like
he's a
why does Vocab look like a superhero? Like, Vocab, you don't look that, in shape.
Yeah, I don't know.
He looks like he's just in the gym.
In his drawing, yeah, he's kind of come across as probably about
right, like a
less
weight trainer.
Yeah. He clearly not a weight trainer. But he's decent. He's decent. He argues against the Hebrew Israelites in the same way.
I actually like him.
Yeah, he definitely comes across as a decent guy. I asked him to do the forward for my book, and he said that he would do it, and then when he found out that I wasn't a Trinitarian, he refused to do it. He said he couldn't do it. So, never mind.
Yeah, when I first heard him with Sonetta, like the first time I heard him, without him debating one Israelite, I knew he could beat every last one.
Yeah. And so I'm just showing Sonetta's channel.
The first time I ever seen him, I realized, he could beat every last one. Like, he's too smart for them.
Yeah. He's a decent guy. And he's still going, and he has a few kind of like people that like he. So which is his like little crew that there was a couple of them, and they were calling themselves a certain. Not.
You know what? How come we don't see? You know what? How come we don't see any Sakari Vocab Malone debates?
Yeah. Definitely, I haven't seen that.
Yeah, so trust me, he's been calling them out. So they know, because DK made a video saying, yeah, he's calling us out. But they're not going to debate him, because he's not going to let you talk over him.
I'm sure I saw him debate, because he goes around some of the streets, doesn't he? Like debate. Yeah. Debating. Did I not see? He
had debated like a few idiots or something. Like, he debated Apostle and other black minister Jesus and a couple other guys.
He debated Apostle.
Yeah. Oh, that was hilarious.
Oh, that would be embarrassing. That's not even a debate. That's not even. Right. That's not fair.
Right.
that wouldn't even be fair.
Oh, Apostle got real. I seen clips. I didn't see the whole thing. I seen clips of it. And Apostle, Shanetta had to tell him to relax. He got very combative with him. He wouldn't let him talk. He was talking over him. But again, that doesn't work on like a neutral platform. They're gonna tell you to shut up.
Yeah. That's not going to work like it over at Lions Den, because that would be different. Because they would be able to shut them up. But
I don't think I'll be treated as bad as Google and Lions Den. I think it's because he isn't like Google.
Who, JJ?
Yeah, he isn't like Google, and that's why he didn't like that.
Yeah, I might go through. I'm definitely gonna try and search for that for vocab versus apostle, because that
it's going to be, I think, Sonetta's channel.
I do watch Sonetta now. I do go on and watch him now. Apostle. Vocab versus. Oh no, seriously.
What?
Yeah, this was on the Trinity, though. Was it?
Okay.
Yeah, that's on the Trinity. So obviously, I wouldn't be agreeing with vocab on that particular point. But even still, I think that vocab would be able to no, you told me this, and I did say that if I didn't have my mind made up and I just watched these two debate, I would be a Trinitarian. because I know for a fact that vocab would be able to support his belief a lot better than what apostle would be able to support his.
Look, notice this. Please notice this. When he debated Google Scholar, the subject was Google Scholar's argument. He's debating vocab. It's vocab's argument. When does he debate his own argument? It's always your argument he debates. So therefore he can hide his hand.
Yeah. Or the fact that he hasn't got an argument. Maybe
well, of course, that's the real truth. But yeah, I would because JJ said, yeah, he's been calling you out. I said, JJ, when he's ready, you can set it up. But the title will be his argument. We're not going to do that with me. Pin me to something. He's pinless. We're not doing
that. So are most Black Hebrew Israelites Unitarians? So I think that I would be right in saying unbiased that they would reject, that all of them reject the Trinity.
Yeah. Because that's according to them, that's a Catholic doctrine.
Yeah.
So
basically, Wooly, if you find it in the Catholic belief, they will reject it because it's Catholic. Just because it's Catholic, and they have to reject anything that is Catholic,
right?
Because they associate Catholicism with Christianity. That is Christianity,
right? That's the mother of it.
Yeah, basically. So anything in what the Catholics teach, they would argue against it.
Any colors the Catholic use, they're not going to use.
Yeah.
Any language, any food they eat, anything, any music, they're not doing
it. That I do not know, Wooly. But Swazi would know. Do they do baptism?
No, some do it, some don't. Like GLCC do it. I seen some hardcore Israelites that teach the white man everything, and they do water baptism. I seen them doing it in pools.
And they still do baptism.
Yep, right.
Okay. Pool. Maybe they believe that wasn't Catholicism. That was obviously that was instigated through John the Baptist. So
right.
And Jesus. So
yeah, exactly.
They might accept that one. On the basis that you can find that in the Bible directly, but yeah, when it comes to Catholicism, they are pretty hardcore with that. That they think that they're keeping the law. They think that they're keeping Sabbath, or they try to do that.
Yeah,
they're not in proper. Do they do some form of Eucharist? So do they eat the body of Jesus
with the cracker thing?
Yeah.
No.
All right. Yeah, I didn't think that they would do that, because that is basically Catholicism or Eastern Orthodox. I think Eastern Orthodox Church do that as well.
Yeah, they don't want any similarities between them and the Catholic Church.
Yeah, so they have to kind of separate themselves away from that. But that was something I asked you, wasn't it? On the reason why they would reject the virgin birth, was it purely because they think it's a Catholic doctrine?
Oh yeah. They'll tell you. They'll tell me, like, they're going to rename it for me. I would say the Holy Conception. I'll say the miraculous birth. I'll say the virgin birth. What they would do is they'll rename it for me the Immaculate Conception.
Yeah, the Immaculate Conception.
At one point, I used to get offended, but now I just accept it. As a matter of fact, now I say it myself. I say, hey, I want to debate the Immaculate Conception. I just say it. I just say it.
Yeah.
Because they believe it's that anyway, so I might as well just go with it.
Yeah. Yeah, Anglicans do it. I know that, the Eucharist, because there isn't a massive difference between the Anglican Church and the Catholic Church. I've got to be honest. There's not really a lot to do apart from kind of the Pope, but even then, the Anglican Church still holds reverence to the Pope. So I don't think there's a massive difference between the Anglicans and the Catholics. Yeah, Eastern Orthodox definitely do it, and Lutherans maybe. Yeah, maybe they still do it as well. I mean, Protestants do it with they still.
Oh, you know, I've definitely been in churches where
I mean, it's not the same thing as like the Eucharist, because they do it to like as the Last Supper thing, as a remembrance, whereas the Eucharist is basically this. They believe the Catholics believe that literally is Jesus's body, and the wine is literally the blood of Jesus. So it transubstantiates and it becomes the blood and literally the body of Jesus. So they literally think that they are eating and drinking the literal body and blood of Jesus Christ. It's basically cannibalism, but they won't accept that. They don't think that. Yeah, well, our king and the Archbishop of Canterbury is kind of the king is the head of the Anglican Church, but I mean he's got no power in the church really, or it's definitely the Archbishop of Canterbury has got more power than unless it's behind the scenes. But yeah. Open theism is a theological movement that has developed within Christianity as a rejection of this synthesis of Greek philosophy and Christian theology. Yeah. This one, for those that are watching that might be interested in kind of, there's a lot of debates on Sanhedrin. You'll see Christians, they'll debate with Hebrew Israelites, and there's a Kemet are debates as well. So like Egypt. I reckon I've seen two. I think I've only ever seen two white people on Sanhedrin.
You had Harry Rosenberg. You had Vocab. I can name those two from the beginning. So yeah. So as far as religion, you had those two, but other subjects, I've seen other white people there.
I saw. So there was one. Where was it? They did have a white guy teaching on there.
Yeah, well, it's only so it's only when he wants to start trouble he'll do that. So he wanted to ruff up feathers with the Israelites. So he brought up,
Okay.
yeah,
He'll
so
bring
he
on a white.
would ruff up
Bring on a
feathers
white dude.
with the Kemet crew or the
Yeah.
science crew. So, but here's the difference. So when he bring the science crew, he'll bring white people too. But the difference is when it's religion, he's bringing qualified white people. When it's Egypt,
Right.
he's bringing qualified white people. When it's science, he brings unqualified white people. It'd be oh my God, you bring the worst of society when it's come to us. It'd be too easy. And that's why I don't do the Romans debate thing, because I feel like that's just too easy. I feel
Right.
like it's going to go two ways. If they accept the blue letter or any type of lexicon, it's a walk in the park. So you got to hope they don't accept it. So now you got a little challenge. But then it goes around in circles because now it's just everybody's Israel because I said so. See, so it gets nowhere. It's, because Arayala, when he told me, what I lost my interest after that debate when he said, I said, well, how do you know when a Greek is an Israelite or a white person? Or I said, are all the Greeks something like that? He said, yeah. I asked him. I said, when it says Greek in the New Testament, not old, is it always talking about Israel? He said, outside of the Syrophoenician woman, yeah. I said, okay, yeah, I can't do this. This isn't fun. When you're being stupid on purpose, it's not fun to me.
Yeah, it's definitely selective in order to just support what they need to prove.
Selective, and you can't talk.
Yeah,
it's important you can't talk.
I've tried my best to get someone to come here. They won't come here to my channel. I cannot get.
I might consider somebody. Actually, I got some reserves.
Yeah, send me over the dregs that you haven't destroyed already.
I have Deacon's email if you want it. I also got Arayala email, but Arayala, no, they won't come over to you. You got to come.
No, they're not going to come to my channel. I'd have to go to theirs. And like I say, they're just not going to let me speak. I mean, they didn't let you speak, so right. They're definitely not going to let me speak. I'm not going to get a chance to speak.
Yeah, Arayala, you forget about it. So okay, how about the see the fact you got StreamYard. Now the way I get them over, to me because they could call in and be who they want to be. But StreamYard is a little different. Because I'm guessing that they're going to be on camera. They don't have to be, but they might be thinking they have to be. So they thinking like, well, if I make a fool of myself, you can actually see who I am. So, but I don't know. I've never thought about streaming. Oh, you know what I'll do? I'll check your schedule in, and I'll set up a debate where I would normally have, and I will tell them it's StreamYard. Yeah, StreamYard.
Yeah, I mean, I can hide. I don't need to. They don't need to be able to see me either.
Yeah, you're gonna definitely blow it if you make it that easy. Because I didn't know you were white until you told me. So we were having conversations, and one day you was like, "Yeah, it's probably because I'm Esau." And then I started hearing the voice.
Right. Okay.
But when I first heard you, but I'm bad because other people know right away I'm really bad. So, but I thought you were black the whole time.
But just remember that you weren't even going to invite me on your channel because if you thought that I agreed with you.
Right. Oh yeah. If you agree with me, no, you can't come on.
And you only invited me on to try and destroy me.
Yeah. Do you know True Meats was the same way?
Really?
Yeah. He hopped on, and I realized right then and there he agrees with me. I said, "Oh shit!" But luckily, I had another guy on there who didn't. So we just double teamed him basically. So what I did was I invited another Israelite to make it a 2-on-2. Yeah, but I thought True Meats was because I made a post calling out Israelites. I think you guys might have came on a post.
Yeah, I think I probably misunderstood like the intention of the post for the virgin birth thing, and presumed that you were looking for somebody to debate, but you didn't believe in the virgin birth.
Right.
You were looking for somebody to debate.
Okay.
Who that's how I understood it.
I thought you were running. You like, I can't call him. This guy's scared.
Yeah, because I said to you a few times I haven't got Zoom, so I'm. You made me download Zoom. I don't like all of these programs and stuff.
Yeah, it holds a lot of space. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have like Instagram. I don't have. Well, I do have an Instagram, but I never ever use it. I don't have Twitter. I don't have like all of these TikToks and bloody all of this kind of stuff.
Yeah, so I showed True Meats last night, why I just can't do StreamYard. So what I did was I gave him permission to control my desktop and anything he can want to open up. He was moving the mouse around. That's why Zoom is better for me as a teaching tool. Because I can actually, so let's say if I have some software that you're never going to buy, right? You have no interest, you don't think it's important, but I have it. On Zoom, I can give you access to all of my programs.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't do that on StreamYard.
Right. And that's why. Otherwise, I might do a StreamYard because of the convenience. It don't take too much space.
Yeah, it cost me £25, which is what, about $35, $40 a month. Yeah. Obviously, Zoom is free, but
you know what? I had 2 Zoom accounts, so maybe I can StreamYard too. I had 2 Zoom accounts at one point, and it was only because I would be debating. We'll have so much fun. Not my podcast. That when my class started, I didn't want to shut the podcast down. And spoil their party. So I ordered another Zoom, right? A whole different account. I was paying 2 different accounts. So now they can continue. I'll leave that and I'll do my class, and then I'll hop back on later.
The problem with Zoom, I haven't heard so much of it happening with StreamYard, is that like I was literally on a chat with one guy. He had a live open, and I was on his channel, and that was on Zoom, and he invited somebody on, and they showed pornographic.
But they could do it on StreamYard too.
Yeah, I know I'm sure they can, but they did it on YouTube.
They got me too.
Zoom. Well, a video.
Yeah, they got me too recently. They got me this year.
Did they? All right, okay.
Yeah.
So it is you've just got to be really careful with that.
Yeah, they call it porn bomb, and this is why.
Yeah.
This is why. And look, I invited some other guys, especially on the channel. And so there's two ways you can like get rid of that. You could take off the screen feature for guests, or you could already be sharing your screen. So when they come on, they just look dumb trying to try it. And they realize it says admin can only share. And then like they either hop off but the one guy tried to show it from it. He got so desperate, he tried to show it from his personal camera. So his camera's just looking at the phone.
Right. Okay.
Gay porn. And of course, like that's a weak attempt because if he's not, it's not going to show, right? Because I have to. If my screen is on me, no matter what you show, nobody's going to see it in the real world.
Right. So that's one way of stopping that from happening, isn't it? Yeah. That's something.
What I did was it's interesting. Like Zoom got to work on this because when you kick them off, they're gone, so you can't really report them.
Yeah.
But if you waste time trying to report them, then that's more exposure they got on your platform to get your accounts deleted. So it's like it's no way to report them because if you try to report them, they're going to be still sharing their porn.
Yeah, true. I've definitely got to look into that in being able to stop that. Luckily, I haven't had it happen, but you know, I do tell people, I've warned people that, you know, if you invite people on and you don't know who they are, it is a possibility. It's just something that could happen, and there's nothing I can do about it. I'm not choosing for that to happen. But yeah, they got him with I think they got about, before he managed to click off, I think there was about 8 or 9 seconds. And then they came back on later. Somebody else did it, and they did it again. And luckily, it was only like 4 seconds that time. But,
yeah, well, I think YouTube is caught on to that now, so it might be a little latency. But before, they would just take your channel down or suspend you for months.
Yeah. But I mean, that's unfair, because obviously it's happening without your consent to that. Somebody's just coming onto the channel and showing porn through their video.
Right.
But I suppose that's a chance you take by allowing people to come onto your channel.
Yeah. So you just So imagine. So yours and mine is pretty small, so we're familiar with everybody. Imagine having like 200, 500 live viewers. You'll never know now.
Yeah. Yeah, because like Sanetta gets like 1,200, 1,300.
Yeah, man, they used to porn bomb him. Like I learned about it from his channel.
Really?
And do you know my aunt wedding got porn bombed?
Your aunt's wedding?
My aunt had a wedding, and then they was doing like a live YouTube, and somebody porn bombed the live YouTube. Like, yeah, what the hell is going on here?
Yeah. What did Sanetta do about it?
It shut him down. I know he was complaining. Because that's why I think that's why he has 2, 3 channels. I think that might be the reason. I can't remember what happened, but I'm sure he was at least suspended.
Yeah, because there's also House of Consciousness.
He has a couple, and the one he's using now, I don't think it was always his channel.
Right. Yeah, that's House of Consciousness. So that's got 189,000 subscribers, mate.
What was it?
That's the House of Consciousness one. Has got 189,000 subscribers on there.
Yeah, see, that might have been the original one. I'm not sure, but that might have been the one I got suspended for. Something happened to it.
Yeah. Although it looks like it's Reggie that's using that one more than anything.
I didn't hear you. What'd you say?
It looks like Reggie is the one that is utilizing
that.
Yeah.
So he has him over there. He has him over there controlling that one.
Yeah.
And
there seem to be a lot more videos like with just Reggie teaching or chatting.
Really? Wait, let me see the screen.
So there you go.
Do they have any views?
2.9 thousand, 5,000.
That's pretty good.
Yes, it's obviously a lot less than Sanetta's channel, but
that's pretty good for Reggie, because Reggie, a lot of people give him a hard time, so I wouldn't think anybody would be over there watching.
Yeah. No, he's got like 2,500 on some of them, but what I've noticed with Reggie is that, like, I understand the whole thing about Patreon and Cash App and stuff, because I've got it and you've got it. We've got it on our channels, but Reggie seems to like that. The videos that I've watched, he almost complains about it. Like, people are not giving him Cash App. Yeah, he almost cries about it.
Wow.
Yeah. Watch him. He was saying, you've got all of these people watching. When he did the debate with Jabari, and he was saying, like, why I'm here teaching and nobody's giving me any love. Nobody's giving me any Cash Apps. Give me some Cash Apps. Yeah, I've noticed it a few times he says it he says it. He goes on about the Cash App thing.
Yeah, what he needs to know is that this is a basically the teacher get paid when they appreciate the information.
Yeah.
It's a capitalist country. If they find value in your information, you don't got to ask for anything. They will send you money because they find value. So, Brother Reggie, they're not giving you money because you're just entertaining them. That's why.
Yeah.
They're probably washing dishes, listening to you. They're probably driving a long trip. Like those things happen. I listen to stuff that I don't really care about too much just to get my, pass the day.
Yeah.
So, but you should never be begging. That's called begging. You should never.
I've definitely felt that Reggie was kind of like begging for Cash Apps, which I didn't feel was. In fact, actually, Sarnetta pulled him up on it.
What? Are you breaking up bad?
In that chat. Am I? Is it?
Yeah, you're breaking up.
Yeah, no, that's my internet. Yeah. You know what my internet's like, I'm biased. It just kicks out. Can you hear me now?
Yep, I hear you very well.
Okay. Yeah, my internet is terrible. Sarnetta pulled him up on that about him preaching about the Cash Apps. So yeah, I mean we all have them, the Cash Apps and stuff, but we don't. I will mention it every now and again, type thing. If you like it and you'd like to support me, then feel free to do so. I don't expect anybody to do it. And I appreciate anybody that does, but it doesn't. I don't ask for it in that way. I'm not going to beg for it. If you like the study, then fine. If you don't, you don't. But even if you do like the study, I don't say that you should have to pay for it. I'm doing it for free. It doesn't bother me whether I appreciate it, but yeah. But yeah, Reggie seemed to like almost be taking people to the fact that he was saying like, you're not giving me Cash Apps. Why are you? There's something wrong. Why are you not doing it? And I'm so studied. And I'm giving you such good information that that you should. Woolies asks, what type of text of the New Testament do you prefer? The TR, the Alexandrian, Byzantine, something else? So I'm a TR type person, so I do follow the TR. I utilize the King James Bible, which I believe is the final Textus Receptus. So you've got the Alexandrian text, which I kind of reject. I don't really follow the Alexandrian text at all. So you've got the Alexandrian, which is basically what the most of the modern versions are based on. So the most of the modern versions would not have 1 John 5:7. They don't have Acts 8:37. They bring into to dispute the last 12 verses of Mark. They bring into dispute the adultery, the woman caught in adultery. So yeah, I kind of reject those. The Byzantine, which is very much Textus Receptus type of text, but it is different. Then you have the majority text and stuff like that. So yeah, I am Textus Receptus. But what you'll find is that most of the Hebrew Israelites are Textus Receptus because they utilize the King James Version, but they don't even know what the Textus Receptus actually is. And they'll talk about it, but they don't know what the Textus Receptus is.
They'll talk about it.
Yeah. and they don't even know what manuscripts are, like Apostle. I'm gonna have to show that on my channel at one point. That discussion, I'll try and find it. You'll see that Apostle does not know what he is utilizing a 19th century English book with English and Greek in it to say that it's the Codex Sinaiticus, which is dated from 350 AD, before even English became a language. So, and it's not got any verses in it. I don't even know how he managed to understand that as somebody's told him that that's the Textus Receptor. That is the Codex Sinaiticus.
Man, somebody set him up. I said, so if he's indigenous black man leader, who the hell is his leader giving him that misinformation?
So indigenous black man is Apostle's kind of like apostle.
Yeah, like that's his research guy.
Right.
Apostle is his research guy.
Wow. Okay. He needs to go and really have a look at who he's going to take as authoritative and trust for his. I did think that he very much like was supportive of Apostle, but yeah, if it's that way. I like listening. I just like how they come. You on your channel, you just don't care. You let anybody come on and just chat, and they will attack you and whatever.
Yeah, it's entertaining, right? You know why? I think everybody should do that. If you think of like popular hosts, especially in America, they would do that. So many people invited Farrakhan. So many people invited like hateful white people on their show because sometimes you gotta just let people expose themselves, but also it's a humbling moment for you. Like, who are you to? If I'm out here crushing doctrines, who am I to not receive some of that same backlash? That same energy.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that as well. And I like it on your channel when they come in and they'll start calling you names and stuff, and you don't care. You don't care. You are really like, I don't know if I've seen you wound up. I've heard you being wound up by
they
anybody.
They can get me wound up, but only if they don't let me talk after. So there are certain people. That could get me there, but it's after like many tries. They keep poking and poking and poking and poking. So, but it won't be the people who you think will get me riled up. It won't be them. It'll be somebody who you think wouldn't. Yeah. So I don't like when I say something in plain English, and then you repeat it back to me, and it's not what I said.
Yeah,
but then you argue that now.
Yeah, straw manning. I can't stand that.
That really pisses me off. Like, man,
I hate that. Yeah,
you stop telling me. I get done being clear, and you gonna say, so you're trying to say you don't gotta reinterpret it for me. I said what I said. You ain't gotta say what I'm trying to say. Just argue what I just said.
Yeah, I didn't get it wrong. I told you exactly what it was.
That's why I ask questions. And then when I get done with the questions, I know what you just said. Now I'm going to rebut against it. But I'm not going to say, so you trying to say this? I just asked you the question. So when you say this about that, the fruit of loins, you mean that it got to be biological son and nothing else. Yeah, that's retarded, because that's retarded to even, well, you got to prove that. And then you got to prove that came into fruition. Like, show me a biological son of Joseph and you win. You know what? I'm going to start changing it back on them. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put, you know what? When I talk to him again, I'm going to put it back on his head. And like, can you show me the biological son of Joseph?
Yeah, rather than you trying to defend
Yeah.
your position, get him to defend his, or get one of them to defend their position. Like you were saying, yeah, show me that he is the biological son.
Yep. And so the same thing with the Syriac Sinaiticus. I want you to show me Joseph twice in the Syriac Sinaiticus, not your English Bible, not your English translation. I want you to show me Joseph twice in the Syriac Sinaiticus. Because I got the Peshitta, and it's once there.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm talking about in the language. I ain't talking about English. All right, I'm not dealing with English. I'm dealing with the actual language it's supposed to be in. So I can demonstrate Joseph once in modern Greek, ancient Greek, whatever Greek, Middle Greek. I can show you Joseph once, and I can show you once in the English to show you that the English mirrors the authentic text, right? The manuscript. So show me the English mirroring the Syriac text. Is there a copy? Does anybody have that?
Well, the Syriac is housed in a museum. I'm not sure which museum. Let me see if I can find it. The Syriac. It should tell you what museum it's held in. Let me see if I can.
We got a little issue here.
What's that?
Why? Okay, so the fruit. They said the fruit of the loins. The fruit is in the genitive singular masculine, but the loins is in the genitive singular feminine.
In where? What verse? Let me
Acts
bring that
2:30.
up. In which one?
Acts 2:30. Yeah, I'm in the Texas Receptors.
Right, Acts.
So, yep.
Acts 2:30. So we've got therefore that being a prophet and knowing that God had sworn with an oath to him that of the fruit of his loins, according to the flesh, he would raise up Christ to sit on the throne. Right. Okay,
everything is masculine except for loins. That's interesting. Everything's masculine except for loins.
A prophet, therefore, being and knowing that one with an oath swore to him, God, out of the fruit of thy loins. Yeah, no, it's feminine. Feminine singular.
Right, but everything else is masculine, before and after.
Fruit is masculine.
Yeah. Right. And even afterwards, when it talks about of his loins, right?
Upon the throne, which is all masculine of him. But loins is a feminine word. It's always in the feminine mind. It will always loins. Yeah, loins will always be in effect. It's a feminine noun, apparently. Mm. That is interesting, though. Why that would be in the feminine?
And it's showing ownership. It's a genitive.
Yeah. Well, that's definitely something they would have to explain.
Yeah, I'm going to look into this very deeply.
No. It doesn't necessitate that it would always be in the feminine.
Wait.
This particular word is always in the feminine, but that doesn't mean that
Of course.
loins will always be translated from this verse. You might see masculine loins.
Yeah, and but here's the problem: the other loins are in the Hebrew.
Yeah.
So the one time it's like really mentioned in the New Testament in the text of Receptus, it's
feminine.
Feminine.
Yeah. Which certainly supports the virgin birth, doesn't it? Because
right.
It's coming from
they're going to be
coming from the feminine.
If this come out to be what I think it is, they're going to hate me.
Yeah, let's go to. I can't find the. Oh, it's in the It's in no. That's the Codex Sinaiticus. Is in the British Library.
And wait, now watch this. Even the article is feminine. Okay, we have a problem here because the article is the same article that is of.
Yeah. The test is feminine. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and the noun is feminine.
Yeah, and it's also genitive as well. They're both genitive.
Right.
Possession of.
Yeah.
Let me bring this up. King James, loins in the New Testament. Interesting that they only translate that as loins 3 times in the King James. What else do they translate that as then?
I didn't think of that. Yeah. What is the Yeah, that's a good thought. What is the number? The number is 3. Oh, I didn't think to do that. 376. Thank you.
Yeah, 3751 is the. But what else are they translating that as then? If they're not translating that as loins, what else are they translating that as? Loins. Oh no, they are translating as loins. Why is that only showing in the King James 3 times then? Because I spelt it wrong, you numbnuts. I spelt bleeding lions. What's going on?
Even lions. The lions come out and eat.
I can't even spell loins properly. Bleeding hell. That doesn't work. Yeah, so like it's not a female descendant, but from the loins of the female. That's the. No, it was somebody brought up a question saying, is it like a female descendant? No, it means that where the descendant is coming from is the female loins, and so that the Hebrew Israelites, they are so.
That's gonna be groundbreaking, bro.
We they are that. So pushed on that Jesus has to come from the male loins. That's why they reject the virgin birth, because it's not coming from the female. But this one,
hold on now.
This is showing female.
Hold on now. Hold on.
In Acts 2:30.
Okay, because it keeps saying hips as loins. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So when I looked up loins for women on Google, it said loins, the part of the body between the hips and the lower ribs, especially regarded as the seat of physical strength and generative power. Now look, wait. Now go look at the last definition, outline usage of loins. It's verbatim. Like look at this. Look at the outside the biblical lineage usage. The A, the last one A. It was verbatim to a Google. And it had an interesting wording.
Where are you? You on Strong's or Blue Letter?
What was that?
Are you on Bible Hub or are you on Blue Letter?
Blue Letter.
Blue Letter. Wally, I'll get to that in a moment. On the thoughts of the origins of the differences in the Syriac Sinaiticus. The Syriac. The Syriac is obviously a translation of the Greek, and it doesn't always align with the Greek. And the Syriac Sinaiticus is the one that shows that, like, it's meant to show that Jesus was the son of, like, the biological son of Joseph. So we want Acts. It's the only manuscript that actually has that.
All right. So
it's the only manuscript that actually says that Jesus is the son of Joseph, or that Joseph begat Jesus, and that's why the Hebrew Israelites will run to that manuscript.
Well, it's still, we would still need to know what that begat meant.
Yeah.
Because the woman's begot me out from. That can only be a woman.
Yeah.
So if that's still saying big out of, then it's not a man. But what I'm going to challenge is, I think it's a bad English, a typo or something. I don't believe the English. I don't believe the Syriac itself has Joseph twice in there. So somebody got to prove that first. Otherwise, that's just a rogue, English translation. But who knows?
So where are we going down to? Right there. Look outline of biblical usage. That one, yeah.
Yeah. Look. Okay, read that.
The place where the Hebrews thought the generative power semen resided.
Okay, now watch this. I'm gonna read the Google definition. It says, especially regarded as the seat of the physical strength and generative power. But I looked up loins for a woman, and it says that.
That's loins for a woman. Yeah.
Okay, so it said, what does it mean for a woman to gird up her loins? Okay, so this is different. This is like some war stuff. Right, yeah, we already know that. When it says gird, we already know. Yeah, so this is going to be a little interesting.
So I'm gonna go.
Yeah, because loin just means. You look at the definition, the lexicon, it just means hip. It says right there, outside biblical usage, it says hip, loin. It says that. So it says the place where the Hebrews thought. It says where they thought the generative power resided, semen. We're gonna need 2 meats for the Hebrew.
Right, so I'm just going to. So this is James Snap's writing on the Sinaitic Syriac.
Yeah,
and he states, "Oh, that's not what I want." In Syriac,
yeah, they're all feminine, even the dative, accusative, genitive, nominative, they're all feminine. Oh my God, they about to be in trouble, man. I told you I'm gonna end up getting rid of his favorite argument.
Yeah, power of one is obviously less offensive to the loins. Yeah, definitely in that way, dude. It's just the way of describing certain areas without being too graphic.
Yeah.
That's not what I want. Why can't I find that now? Sign out Syriac. No, I won't. Take that off. Syriac. Don't want that. Next post, maybe. Yeah, I think there could be something in this, in that it's feminine. And Power of One, yeah, it is yeah. When you notice something like this, it's definitely, you may go down the road and find that it doesn't really do anything, but it's definitely something of worth noting.
Yeah,
and then
you gotta close that avenue. You got to make sure.
Yeah, go and have a look. And this is what happens quite often, is that you find something and you think, oh, am I onto something? Oh, no, it's not quite.
Yeah.
But then other times you go into it and you think, wow, that is something worthwhile. Why can't I find this? Text of the Gospels, Syriac Sinaiticus.
Yeah, but all right, fine.
No, that's not it. Why can't I not find this? This.
What are you looking for?
I'm looking for James Snap's writing on the Syriac Sinaiticus, because I want to look at what he says about the. Have you got it?
Yeah, I got it saved. Hold on.
Because I want to see what he says about the
Bibles. Okay, let me see. Which one is his?
Yeah, you've got to ask why in Acts 2:30 that definitely has to be a question of why in that Acts 2:30 is there a feminine when it's talking about the loins,
right?
Because it says that of the fruit of his loins in the King James, but the loins is feminine. You definitely have to ask that question. We need to look at the context.
Yeah, now I'm trying to find the guys. Now I can't.
I had it.
Now I can't find it. I think you jinxed me.
Yeah, I had it. So thou hast made known to me the ways of life. Thou shalt make me full of joy of the countenance. Men and brethren, let me speak freely unto you of the patriarch David, that he is both dead and buried, and his sepulchre is with us to this day. Therefore, being a prophet, and knowing that God had sworn with an oath to him that of the fruit of his loins, according to the flesh, he would raise up Christ to sit on the throne. Which could very well be an allusion inside the text that it would be a in the Greek it could be hidden there, or it might be more clear in the Greek that he is saying that the Messiah, the Christ, was going to be of the fruit of his loins, but from the female, because we know that any descendant of David, it would be a descendant of David, male or female. We don't necessitate that. And it could very well be that there is an allusion to the female inside of that verse. So what we need to do is go in now, and I'm going to go in and look at the other verses where that is for. The same, and leather and girdle about his loins. All right, so that's feminine. But that's talking about John the Baptist and his loins, which are in the feminine.
Yeah.
So that. Yeah. I wonder if any in the commentaries has picked this up. Not really. Nobody seems to have picked up on the feminine word used there. None of the commentators. But it's definitely something that would need a little bit more investigation, or why that specific one is feminine. Because the King James Version, 8 times in the New Testament, loins is translated. And how many times is that utilized?
So maybe, like you said, maybe there's nothing there, but maybe hips is just feminine in the feminine, maybe.
Yeah, it could just be a feminine word.
Yeah.
Right. So the King James has translated. So that word is 8 times, is utilized 8 times. And the King James renders it loins all 8 times. And that seems to be the only time that that's the only word that the King James actually translates loins from. So it may just be a feminine word in the Greek.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because it's focused on hips, so it's probably like a feminine thing.
Yeah. I mean, there might be something more behind it, but it doesn't look as if there's anything.
Right.
But this is what happens. We just go through, and if something clicks and it works out, then it's brilliant. But like you say, you need to close the doors sometimes and just see.
Well, in science you got to falsify.
Yeah, it It didn't. It looked good at first,
Yeah.
but this is the kind of thing that what the Hebrew Israelites would do
fizz
is
out,
they'll find
right.
this, and then they'll utilize it. They won't scrutinize it any
Right.
further. But we're trying to be honest and be as honest as we possibly can. Whereas the Hebrew Israelites would just jump on this and go, if that's what they wanted to do, and if they wanted to use this now, that's what they would do.
Right.
And then they wouldn't go any further than that, and hope that somebody else wouldn't study any further.
Yeah, exactly. Cross their fingers.
Yeah, but Unbiased and myself, we're trying to be as honest as possible in the arguments, and if they work, they work, and if they don't, then you just close them off and you find something else.
Okay, so I know that loins, it just means thigh, because Genesis 24:9 it says, "And the servant put his hand under the thigh of Abraham, his master, and swear to him concerning that matter." So it's not necessarily one thing, at least. And then so if you look in the Hebrew loins, it's consistently putting it on some type of rib or thigh.
Yeah, I was hoping that there was going to be two different words for loins, and so one was masculine and one was one was feminine.
That made it easy.
Yeah, but obviously that's clearly not the case. The loins are always translated from this feminine word in the Greek anyway.
So what does the NASB or one of those translations say about Acts 30? Like what word do they got there?
Acts 2:30 in the New International Version, it's got they've translated it as descendants. I have no idea how they've.
Yeah, no, I see that in the lexicon too. They say offspring.
Yeah. Okay. Promised him an oath that he would place one of his descendants. Yeah. So, yeah, the King James is like the fruit the fruit of the loins, because they've translated it like literally from the Greek. Well, the fruit of the loins would be a descendant. So that's not a direct translation.
Right.
They've interpreted it as that.
Yeah, so it doesn't mean biological.
Yeah.
That's all I got to do. Once I take away the biological thing from it, it's over for him.
It looks like most of them have gone with descendants.
Really?
Mm. The contemporary English version has got, "He told David someone from his own family would someday be king." That's an interesting one.
I messed up.
Yeah, a lot of the versions have got descendants in that one.
Yeah, so for right now, I could just use that. Like dude's not talking about.
Yeah, it's definitely just using descendants in that verse, which is, maybe I was hoping that there would be maybe something, and there might still be. Yeah, we'll try and investigate a bit more, and maybe there's something there.
Hey,
what you found?
All right, it's over. It's all right. Go to Numbers 5:21. Wait. So it's in the same it's in the same sentence of a belly swelling.
Numbers 5. I'll bring up the King James on the Genesis 5:21. Yeah. Numbers 5:21.
Numbers 5.
Then the priest shall charge the woman with an oath.
So we're dealing with women, right? And then this word, that's already a problem.
All right. So then the priest shall charge the woman with an oath of cursing, and the priest shall say unto the woman, the Lord make thee a curse and an oath among thy people, when the Lord doth make thy thigh to rot and thy belly to swell. Yeah, is that loin? Yeah, yeah.
And what else?
And your and thy belly to swell. So that's obviously dealing with pregnancy.
So the thing is, we got thigh and pregnancy in the same. We got thigh and pregnancy in the same paragraph, same sentence. Oh man.
Yeah, that might be something that.
Yeah. So okay. So hold on. So now let me look at this right here. Let me look at this. So this is going to be the key right here. Right? How they translate it here. So this is going to be a key thing here. I'm mad in the Old Testament because I'm not studying Hebrew. So I'm like no help at all.
So where are we? You're still in Numbers 5:21, yeah?
All right. So guess what? Out of thy loins is also a phrase that has a whole different Hebrew number. So we got
right,
different
so obviously
numbers. So we got
thigh there is feminine.
What was that?
The thigh there is the loins. The thigh
Right.
is
So
feminine.
we have different numbers in the Hebrew for it's a phrase out of that loins. It's a phrase for the Hebrew. Right. That's a different number than what I just showed you on the last one, and it's feminine here too, by the way. Let me make sure. Yeah, it says feminine now. Yep. Hey, brother. Oh my God. Oh my God, LJ. It is not looking good for these guys at all. I think I got loins and pregnancy, bro.
Yeah.
Go to Genesis 35 and 11. And wait. Yeah, go there and read it in English first. Go to Genesis 35 and 11.
Where's my... So I want Genesis 35 and 11. So for those people who are watching and maybe even bored, this is just like this is just kind of Bible study. You know, this is
see, but the thing is, but
literal live Bible study.
But LJ, now they can see how we research.
Yeah,
because I hate the phrase "do your own research." I think that's bad advice.
Yeah,
I think people should learn how to research.
Yeah,
because the Hebrews did their own research, and they make a mess. So now, as you see, like we're being honest. We're not. Oh, it says feminist. That means it's a woman, you know, in the new. What I did was I said, well, let me go to the olden.
Yeah, this is kind of like a really basic study, and we're just going down one aisle, and if something comes up, it comes up. So what was it? Genesis
35 and 11.
Because what we're trying to do is when Unbiased debates the Hebrew Israelites, you see, this is one of the big arguments that they utilize, is that Jesus went against the virgin birth. Is Jesus has to come from the loins of David. So it's always male. It has to be male, and that proves that Jesus cannot have come from a virgin, because he cannot be the son of David if he comes from the female. And that's the argument that they utilize. So we're trying to just solidify and steel man the argument against that. I mean, we've got it down anyway, but this is just like trying to go as far and as deep as possible, so that Unbiased can go back and just totally destroy the argument. Basically, that's what we're trying to do. So I do apologize if other people might be like a bit bored of of that. But feel free to
channel. I didn't mean to turn your channel to
no. I'm okay. Like if people want to ask questions, they can still do so. They're still free to do so. But you're more than welcome to ask questions and stuff, and I'll try and deal with that. But well, obviously no questions are coming in. Me and Unbiased are just doing a bit of Bible study. Okay, so I've got Genesis 35 and 11.
Yeah, read that.
So, and God said unto him, I am God Almighty, be fruitful and multiply. A nation and a company of nations shall be of thee, and kings shall come out of thy loins.
So who's he talking to?
This is Jacob, Lord Israel. This is at the time that he changes his name to Israel, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's just make sure, because I didn't even look at that.
Yeah. So if we go into context, if I open that up. Yeah, so this is Jacob being named Israel.
Right. Okay. So now click on tools, and we're gonna see. So now, as you see, out of that loin, it's actually a phrase.
You're on Blue Letter as well, aren't you? So I want. I mean, I can imagine. So Power of One says, I can imagine people saying we all come from the female loin area. Well, we technically do, don't we? You know,
right.
we're all we
people
all
got loins too. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So I want you to go and look at what, because it's a phrase. So it's going to be out of thy loins altogether. And as you can see, it's a different Hebrew number for the other one we did with loins. That said, the belly shall swell, right? The thigh loins. This is a different type of loin here, right?
Yeah, no, this is just female loin. This is just, yeah. Oh no, where the following.
Okay.
See, I do use so just somebody said that they use Blue Letter. I use Bible Hub far more than I use Blue Letter, but I do use Blue Letter, but I do use Bible Hub more. I got to be honest, I do.
Yeah, I use Blue Letter more, and what I try not to do with those guys, I try not to cherry pick what fits perfect. Because I was debating somebody, and I said, look at the root of David. You know, the root and offspring of David. So in the Blue Letter, it wasn't as clear as the Bible Hub. But what I didn't want to do is what they do, like try to find the one that best fit me. I just left it alone. I said, all right, let's just move on. Okay, so are you looking at the Hebrews 2504 Strong's number?
Yeah, 2504. Yeah, halas.
Do you have the outside biblical usage?
Yeah, loins as a seat of virility, as girded, as seat of pain, women's travail.
Sounds like pregnancy to me.
Yeah, that's definitely pregnancy, isn't it?
Okay. Oh my god! Oh my god, bro! Oh my god! I hate to do this to you.
No, I've just been given another one as well. There's one called eSword. Oh, that looks quite good.
Oh, yeah.
I'll have a look.
I use eSword. Well, I got it on my iPad. I would use it when I'm traveling.
I don't think I've ever utilized eSword.
Yeah, eSword. I was using eSword back in my Hebrew days. That's how old that thing is.
Right. I might have a look at that actually.
Yeah. So Demetrius is showing me logos. eSword is cool. I can't say I'm the biggest fan of it. But because I don't know, you gotta just download it, mess with it. Okay, go to Isaiah 32.
It's a download, is it? You can't just utilize it like
back in the day you could. No. I think it was always a download, actually.
Is it? So somebody, Power of One says that if you download it onto your laptop, you can lose all your notes if the laptop doesn't work. So it's what? Is it only saved to the laptop? It's not saved to the. It's not like saved up to a cloud type thing. You don't have an account.
And that's why I just copy and paste the word Microsoft Word anywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be a bit dangerous. Okay, you can pay more for different things on it. I might have a look at that and see whether it's any good. Okay, let's get back to this this Genesis 35. Only jewels, loins. Yeah, that's definitely a woman's pregnancy there. It's referring.
But right. So now remember your audience, your opponent. So but he's still gonna say his loins though. That's what they're gonna end up using ultimately. They're gonna say, but it's dealing with his loins.
Yeah.
So what prophecy? Okay, let me see what he said. Let me just read what he said.
Yeah, but there's no demand that the fruit of the loins has to be male. It's only from David's loins. It means, so we're talking about David, that it has to be his offspring, but that offspring doesn't demand that his offspring has to be male. It only means that it has to be his offspring. That's all that means.
Wait, say it again.
So it's a statement to David. It's not saying that you're from your offspring who will be male. It's just saying from your offspring. The offspring has to be from David. That's all. There's no demand that offspring has to be male or female. It just has to be from David. But men can produce men and women, boys and girls.
Right. So now, these particular people, they're waiting for you to do that with the David thing with Mary. They're waiting.
Yeah.
And that's why they try to pin me there, but I avoid it. But if I can use it, I can use it. But I gotta be ready for their gotcha moment once I say Mary.
Yeah. But I mean, we know that just like it has to be a physical descendant of, of David. But my sister is a physical descendant of my grandfather. She's female, but she's still a descendant of my grandfather.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay, hold on. I got a head start over you because I'm reading his foolishness. Okay, so they use another word. Let's get this right.
Yeah, we've gone through Eve with the prophecy of Genesis 3:15, where it's the seed, because they hate that as well.
Right.
The argument that they give unbiased on that, the seed, how they circle reason that in, the seed, but it's got to be for women don't have seed.
Right. So they got to be talking about this and that.
Got to be talking about a man. Yeah, like I said, if let's break it, let's make it a little bit more simple. Let's say that my granddad was King David, and the promise was given to King David, to my granddad, that from his loins would rise up a king. Well, that does not mean that my sister cannot be the one that produces that king, because my sister is a physical descendant of my grandfather, and she has a son. That son could then be king. And it's exactly the same with King David. It doesn't mean that it always has to be male all the way down. That's it. Numbers. That's the verse that I keep saying that I'm going to give you this verse. Where is it? What verse did I have? I definitely had a verse that was going to support this argument, and I can't remember where it is. Where did I put it? I'll find it. And then I'll send it to you anyway.
Brother, here's another problem. Brother, this is showing a woman. Okay.
In which one?
All right. So now they also So go to start with where he sent me first, because Acts 2:30 we can ignore that language because it's quoting 1 Samuel's, right? 2 Samuel's 7:12. Go there. Matter of fact, don't even do that. You don't need to. Man, yeah. Go ahead. Go to
what verse am I going to?
2 Samuel 7:12.
All right. And when thy days be fulfilled, and thou shalt sleep with thy fathers, I will set up thy seed after thee, which shall proceed out of thy bowels, and I will establish his kingdom.
Right there. So now we got bowels now. Now the English the New Testament we can ignore because it's supposed to be quoting this, right? So this just says bowels, right? Now click on that, bro. Unbelievable. What number is that? What number?
What is it, 4, 5, 7, 8?
Yeah, look at this definition, bro. I'm gonna drop the mic when you're done.
What? So where it says womb?
Read all of it.
So internal organs, inward parts, bowels.
Belly. Bowels is belly. Go ahead. Inward parts.
Belly, inward parts, digestive organs, organs of procreation, womb.
Woman.
Place of emotions of distress or love, external belly.
Belly.
Yeah.
Dude. Did that just get crazy?
It's definitely womb there, isn't it?
Yes.
On the Bible Hub, second Strong's.
Bro, read the Strong's definition.
Yeah, from an unused unused root, probably meaning to be soft, used only in the plural, the intestines, or collectively the abdomen.
Belly.
Yeah, figuratively, symphony, by implication a vest, by extension the stomach, the uterus, or of men the seat of generation, the heart, figuratively, belly, bowels, heart, womb.
All right, now scroll down and look at Strong's brown driver bricks. Lexicon.
Only plural, internal organs, inward parts, intestines,
Belly.
bowels, belly. Yeah, but that's only when it's plural.
Plural. Brother, that's plural.
Yeah, it's plural.
That's plural.
Numbers 5:21. Let me just go in and let me have a look at this a minute. Numbers 5:21.
I'm there. I don't close that tabs. Okay.
No, I shouldn't. I should open another one, really.
Yeah, so the thigh is gonna be singular. So what I'm okay, so let me just summarize what I think I'm reading.
Some of those in that Power of One just said that in some of those translations that actually says uterus.
Really?
Yeah, it does, and it does actually in a few.
All right.
Wow.
So let me just tell you what I think I'm reading, right? So I disagree that Mary is a Judite, obviously. I think she's a Levite. So I believe I'm reading that it's not going to be a woman, descendant. It's going to be coming from a woman. Not, it's saying his bowels, but it's saying coming from a woman. In some coded type weird way. It's saying that she's going to come, or he's going to come from a woman, but it's saying your bowels.
Yeah. Well, yeah, there definitely is that connotation there, and when we put that together with Genesis 3:15, where that's the first promise of the Messiah.
Oh yeah, we can start with that. Now that makes sense. But see, now whoever commented that in your chat, okay, now it's important to mention that because now you can tie it all together.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, because that was the first prophecy.
Yeah, that's the very first prophecy of the Messiah, which was always going to be of the female anyway. We know that,
right?
Just by that first. So let's bring Genesis 3:15 up. So tying in together, because we've got the seed of the woman. See, the seed of the woman, like the NIV translates that, I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your offspring and hers. Her offspring.
Wait, it says that? Oh, yeah, because seed means offspring.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
That's, like, literally in Genesis 3:15, if you go with, like, the NIV, that is translating that seed as being her offspring. Is going to be her offspring, not the offspring of the man. So, and that we know that this is definitely that seed.
Wait. So are those wait. So could it be that when he's talking to David and whoever else, he's quoting Genesis 3:15?
He could definitely be alluding to Genesis 3:15. There's making an allusion to the fact that it was always going to be from the female seed, the female's offspring. Yeah.
And
so while
the
female has to come through David, but it was always going to be, so it was the Messiah is going to come through David because the female is going to come through David.
And I don't believe that part. You got to convince me on that one.
Yeah. Well, you've kind of gone off of that and moved on to that she's a Levite, haven't you?
Yeah, well, I think there's more evidence to support she's Levite than she's a Judite.
Right.
Like, according to my mind, to prove that she's a Judite, I believe you can only show me Luke 2:5.
Yeah.
Because if you try 3, I'm going to say those Levites. And matter of fact, you can't even do Matthew's 1 either. I'm going to say those Levites too.
Right. Okay.
No, I found all those names in Matthew's 2. Everybody after Zerubbabel, I believe are all Levites. Well, I found most of them as Levites. Brother, so when you go to Matthew chapter 1, when it says Sadoc, S-A-D-O-C in the New Testament, well, in the Old Testament, it's actually Zadok, is Z-A-D-O-K. That's an Israelite. Now, how do I know it's the same word? Because I go to the Septuagint for Old and New, and it's spelled the same for both. There's no difference.
But on that basis, you would definitely have to argue for adoption, aren't you? That's all
I'm ever doing. Now, and I found more adoptions, man. Yeah, I got a lot. I got about 15 adoptions. Probably more than that. I found more. And King Abraham attempted to make what's his name? Eliezer, a servant, his servant, son became no kids. And then the guy said, no, don't do that. He said, you will have one out your bowels. So now that same name of his servant, that same name is in Luke as the son of somebody.
Interesting.
Now, do me a favor. So while you're doing that, go to Matthew's real fast. Matthew's 1. So it's a whole spinning. I mean, dude, when I use this on the Israelite, it might be the guess I got. But when I use this on them, well, he won't let me because he's going to talk over me. But what I'm gonna say is, give me 5 minutes. You take 5 minutes, and I'm gonna say But I guarantee you, he cut me off in the middle of that spill. I guarantee you, he's gonna stop me. No, brother, no. These guys are insecure, and they sound so secure on their own.
By the way, if there is any other comments or you want if you're bored of looking into the virgin birth, please feel free to put a comment into the post. It is open chat, so you are more than welcome to post and ask questions and whatever else.
Any questions? I take all questions when it comes to virgin birth.
Yeah, we are just dealing with the virgin birth at the moment because there's nothing else being suggested, so I'm gonna take my time and go into this type of thing.
Let me know when you get there.
But yeah, feel free to interject, ask any questions or anything that anybody wants to know. If you want to come on, you can come on. Just let me know, and I'll post you a link. You can come in. So, Wooly, I am a Unitarian.
He likes a Unitarian.
Yeah, he asked if I was a Unitarian.
So, Unitarian is what exactly again?
Yeah, because you thought I was oneness, I think.
Yeah, so what is a Unitarian?
So, a Unitarian, specifically, is Wooly, thank you very much. I don't think, to be honest, I think we've banged out the virgin birth so much now that they don't really have much left. We're just working on like the really small, minute details now, just to make Unbiased's argument as solid as it can possibly be. Because he's hoping to have a debate with one of the really, really top kind of like Hebrew Israelites.
The leader of Sicaria is what I want.
And we want to make it as solid as possible, so that when he actually has this debate with one of the top Hebrew Israelites, there's going to be so many people watching, and he's going to just absolutely destroy the argument and just show this false doctrine that the Hebrew Israelites have. False, basically. And as many people as we can get to watch it. To smash that doctrine apart. So when it comes to Unitarian, basically, I just believe that the Father is God, and that Jesus is the Son of God. He's the Messiah, a human Messiah. So when it comes to Unitarianism, it's that simple. But I don't try and post my work like on the virgin birth. You don't need to be a Unitarian or a Trinitarian or a oneness to believe in the virgin birth. It's not that type of doctrine, so it doesn't divide anybody on that basis. I've got atheists that watch my channel, some Trinitarians. I don't care. I'm open to anybody and everybody who. Yeah, so no, I'm not an Arian. So I don't believe that Jesus pre-existed his existence. So I don't go back to the.
That's the Adam thing.
No. So the Arians is like the Jehovah's Witness, where they believe that Jesus was the first creation of God, and then through Adam, Jesus, right? He created everything else. No, even before Adam.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So he created. So before you get to Genesis 1:1, where it says, "In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth," Jesus is created before that. And then through Jesus, God creates the heavens and the earth. That's what an Arian believes. And I know I understand that like many Trinitarians have a problem with my Unitarianism belief, and they leave my channel as soon as they find out that I'm Unitarian. But that's fine. Those that stay about are more than welcome, and I like. Gricketson is a Unitarian, so he believes in the same way as me. He doesn't believe in the pre-existence of Jesus. So I think a lot of my earlier followers come from like, because I did quite a bit of work on the Trinity doctrine, and so people have followed me from kind of that. But I don't spend a huge amount of time on the Trinity anymore. I've tried to expand and go off into other doctrines and stuff, and such as this, the virgin birth. I've gone into this, and I don't think it's divisive in the sense that like Trinitarians, Unitarians, they believe in it. So yeah. But I understand that I do lose a lot of followers through not being Trinitarian. I think I would, with the work, with all the studies that I do, I think if I was Trinitarian, I would have a lot more followers than what I've actually got. Yeah. So Willie, yeah, I'm a Trinitarian, but I believe est nons is too harsh a way to phrase it. So I have sympathies for oneness. Yeah, and you're like, it doesn't matter that you're Trinitarian. You're more than welcome here. You're more than welcome to ask questions about my Unitarianism. You're more than welcome to come on and discuss your Trinitarianism. I don't have any problem with it. You don't have to agree with me. You don't have to believe exactly as I believe.
That's why Zoom is better, because we have a call-in number too.
Yeah, I should probably do Zoom actually.
Yeah, but you're from UK, so I don't know how it's gonna work. Well, it'll be the same. I think that United States.
I couldn't call your number. My phone wouldn't allow me to call the number to.
So you got to find out what kind of number. Like, will they give you a United States number for your Zoom? That'd be interesting.
Yeah, Willie, I'm not saying that you got to come on and do a full defense of the Trinity, but if you just want to discuss it, you don't. I'm not that bothered about the discussing the Trinity so much anymore. I used to be one of the things that I did a lot. I probably do a bit more on Facebook on chats and stuff. I don't do it so much on this channel anymore because I've got so many other things that I want to try and study and teach and stuff. So yeah, I don't necessitate to the Trinity so much anymore. Yeah, John 1:1 is probably the hardest verse for a Unitarian to actually explain, I think. I might go through that one day. My understanding of John 1:1. Personally, I think it's the most difficult verse for a Unitarian to explain. And actually, you'll find that if you speak to different Unitarians, I expect Gricketson is like, he's a Unitarian. He may very well have a different understanding from me on John 1:1. I've spoken to a lot of Unitarians, and they all have kind of differences of opinion on John 1:1. I will go through my understanding of John 1:1. It's a little bit more complicated, so I probably won't do it now because I'm actually going to be, in a minute, I'm going to be going to sleep because I got to get up for work in the morning. So
You know what?
it's 1 o'clock in the morning here.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you know what I'm like. I still sometimes on your channel at 3 and 4 in the morning, and I've got to get up. Yeah.
Oh, my phone. Oh, man, I didn't know that.
Many Unitarians translate it as what God was, the word was, but that still leads to an Arian. Yeah, I don't think, I don't translate it in an Arian position at all. I certainly don't have an Arian. And you've got the Jehovah's Witnesses translation of it was, the word was it a God, isn't it? So yeah, so as Griffin said, I don't understand. I don't assert that the word in John 1:1 is a person. The word becomes a person, as in that the person speaks the word of God, because that is a fulfillment of Deuteronomy 18:18, where it says, I will put my words in his mouth. I will raise up a prophet and I will put my words in his mouth. And then Jesus is that prophet, and he literally speaks the word of God. So when he speaks, it is the word of God, basically, that Jesus is speaking. As Jesus says, I don't speak my words, it's the Father's words that I speak. So it's the one who sent me. So he doesn't speak. He's not speaking his words. So the word isn't a person at itself. The actual word isn't a person. It is the literal words of God. And then they are spoken through a person, which is why it says that the word became flesh, in that it's literally spoken through the person who is Jesus Christ, who is the Messiah, who is the prophet that God said that he would raise up in order to speak his words. And look, yeah, power of one is Unitarian as well. So, but yeah, I have Tungji, who comes here, is he's an ex Christian who's now an atheist, and I'm going to be having a conversation with Tungji to hear about his beliefs, and he's going to ask me some questions, and that's going to be awesome. I don't have a unbiased is not. I don't think unbiased would come across would be classified as Unitarian in the same way that I am. I like talking to all different people. You don't have to agree with me in order to be on my channel. You don't have to agree with me in order to come on and have a discussion. But there may be other things that you do agree with me on, and we can have a discussion on those. And it's absolutely no problem with me for whatever anybody wants to come on and discuss. I mean, we've gone off into the virgin birth now and been looking into that. So obviously you're not Catholic, Wooly, but you are obviously you would side more with a Trinitarian. I obviously believe so. I would take it that you're a Protestant Trinitarian in belief, which obviously is the main view in Protestantism. Oh, can't even say the word. Protestantism. Yeah. So, but you are more than welcome here. You don't need to agree with me in order to be here. In fact, there are plenty of people here that disagree with me, and I have no problem with that as long as they don't become abusive and stuff. Then I'm okay with them disagreeing. Yeah, I mean, logos. I mean, we only need to look in the Greek, and logos is used like throughout the New Testament to literally refer to somebody's speech. The logos, that's what it is the literal speech of someone. Well, in the beginning, God said, that's how he created, through his word. He spoke. He literally spoke the world into existence. Yeah. Unbiased has got I think he's got 4 channels. Let me find you. He's got 4 channels. Yeah. So, Wooly. So, because I view it as God's literal speech, which is a part of God, is Jesus. And yeah, but Jesus is what the word became, and it says the word became flesh. So Jesus wasn't the word before the word became flesh. The word was the literal speech of God, and then it became a person. So that became Jesus Christ. Jesus didn't physically exist. I don't even think that a lot of Trinitarians understand that Jesus, the man, that the flesh existed before. So his name wasn't Jesus at that particular time. Let me see, because he uses this one as well. So he uses a couple of.
I'm about to say that channel looks familiar.
Yeah, no, there's somebody was asking about your channel.
Okay, yeah.
So you've got unbiased. You've got
those are
keep
all
it real,
those videos are 8 to 10 years old.
and then Swazi Media, which is the other one you used. Do you use this one? When was the last time you used that? 5 days ago.
I don't think I ever used. Wait, which one is that? No, I don't think I ever used that
That's-
for video. I might. Let me see. I guess I did use it a few times, huh?
Yeah.
If I did,
Well,
no.
not
Those
that,
are
not that much.
those are uploads. Those are uploads.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's just the
Oh no,
it's
it
just
says live. It's interesting. Yeah, no, that channel I never used.
yeah. So it's unbiased and keep it real, isn't it? Those are the two.
Yeah. So yeah. Just unbiased keep real the main ones.
Yeah.
And the reason why I do keep it real is because I want them to see an Israelite is doing the, hosting, because like they get more offensive when I'm doing unbiased, doing the hosting.
Yeah.
They want to porn bomb me, but if they see me as one of their own, they kind of relax more. They don't come at me so hard.
Yeah. Wooly, when it says God shares his glory with no one, you're right. He doesn't share his glory with anyone apart from the ones that he says that he will share his glory with. If you go and read that in context, and I could show you that, where it says he is literally talking to the Messiah, and he says that he will share his glory with no one. Right? He actually shares it with Israel. He shares it with the Messiah. So when it says that I give my glory to no one, he is in the context is I'm not giving it to anyone else apart from the one that I said that I would give it to. And actually Jesus, we see that Jesus actually gives that glory that God gave him to believers as well. Let me bring that up on my website. I'm gonna push my website a minute. I'm gonna go off and do. I apologize. I'm just gonna do a little bit of preaching from mine. So there you go. So hopefully you will be able to see that. It's not very big, but in Isaiah 42:8 it says, "I am the Lord; that is my name, and my glory I will not give to another." When it says to another, that another is anyone other than the one that he has said it to. All right, and in Jesus is saying, Jesus says, now glorify me with the glory which I had with thee before the world was. The glory was with the Father. doesn't mean that Jesus was. Jesus is asking for the glory that he had with the Father, because the Father had already ordained that Jesus was going to be the Messiah. Jesus was slain before the foundation of the earth. Now, we don't understand that he was literally slain before the foundation of the earth. He was, he doesn't get slain until he's on the cross, but that was already preordained. And Jesus already had the glory with the Father before the world was, because it was already ordained that Jesus was going to die on the cross. And so Jesus is now in John 17:5, he says, glorify me with, and give me that glory which was with you before the world was. But when we look at the context, so you'll have to go back and have a look at Isaiah 42:1, which is, behold, my servant, whom I hold mine elect, in whom my soul delighteth. I have put my spirit upon him, and he will bring forth judgment to the Gentiles. This is Jesus. This is the Messiah that he's talking about. He shall not cry, nor lift up, nor cause his voice to be heard in the street. This is Jesus. Bruised reed shall not break, and the smoking flax shall not be quenched. He shall bring forth judgment unto truth. So this is who he's talking about. Behold my servant in verse 1. This is who he's talking about, his servant. Thus saith the Lord, thus saith God the Lord, he that created the heavens and stretched them out. So who did that? The Lord. He that spread forth the earth, and which came forth out of it, he that giveth breath upon unto the people upon it, and spirit to them that walk therein. I, the Lord, have called thee in righteousness. He's talking to the Messiah. And I will hold thine hand, and will keep thee, who? The Messiah, and give thee a covenant of the people. So he's going to give the Messiah the covenant of the people. The people will will come into the new covenant through Jesus Christ. And he will, for a light unto the Gentiles, Jesus will be a light unto those Gentiles, to open the blind eyes, to bring out the prisoners from the prison, and them that sit in the darkness out of the prison. This is God speaking to his Messiah. He's telling him about him. So Jesus, you see, he has an Old Testament. That's what he has. He only has the Old Testament. There is no New Testament. Jesus reads about this. He reads about himself in the texts. He can see who he is and all the promises that are given to him. And then we get, I am the Lord, that is my name, my glory I will not give to another. He's talking to the Messiah. I will not give my glory to anyone else. Not that he won't give it to, he won't share it, right? He won't give it to anybody else apart from who he's talking to, the Messiah. That's who he's going to give it to. Then the Messiah is going to give that glory out himself. But the God is going to give it to the Messiah. God's glory won't, it's not that it won't be shared, it's that it's only going to be given to that Messiah, because that's who he's talking to at that time. So I wrote in here, like, if I said to my girlfriend, I won't give my love to another, it doesn't mean that I'm not going to give my love to her. It means, or that I'm only going to keep that love for myself. It means I'm not going to give it to anybody else but her. All right. In the context of the statement, it is not being given to anyone else. All right. The Messiah is the one being referenced, and he is the one that is going to receive this glory. And then you see in John 17:20, he says, neither pray I for these alone, but for them which shall believe on me through their word. And in John 17:22, it says, and the glory which thou gavest me, I have given them, that they may be one, even as we are one. So God given the glory to Jesus. That's who he's given it to. He's given the glory to the Messiah, to Jesus, as he promised he would in Isaiah 42:8. And then Jesus gets that glory. It's given to him, and and then through Jesus, everyone else receives that glory through him, so that we will be one as Jesus is one. And it actually states in many places, like 2 Thessalonians 2:14, whereunto he called you by the gospel to the obtaining of the glory of our Lord Jesus Christ. It actually tells you that you will receive that glory. 1 Thessalonians 2:12, that ye walk worthy of God, who hath called you unto his kingdom and glory. 1 Peter 5:10, but the God of all grace, who hath called us unto his eternal glory by Jesus Christ, after that he had suffered for a while, make you perfect, established. So that glory, which many Trinitarians it to Jesus, it lists to the Messiah, and then that glory through the Messiah out to believers. And if you have a look in Isaiah 48:11, we actually get a promise to Israel as well, that he won't give his glory to anyone else, right, apart from who he's promising in this particular statement. So he promises glory to Israel, and he promises glory to the Messiah, and those are the ones that receive it. And so you'll see that in Isaiah 48:11. And so, so it says, for mine own sake, even mine own sake, will I do it. For how should my name be polluted? And I will not give my glory unto another. But when you look at the context of that, when we go back to Isaiah 48:1, hear ye this, O house of Jacob, which are called by the name of Israel. And that's who is in reference in that one. So, sorry, I went off on a little one there. But yeah, so I don't have any issues with the glory being given to anybody else. First Peter, Wooly, what verse would you utilize for that? First Peter. I'll jump on it and have a look. But that's a really basic and brief overview of my glory I will not give to another. There's a lot more detailed than that, I think. But yeah, that's a quick understanding of that. Are you going live tonight, Unbiased?
I didn't plan to.
No.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna be reading through this. I've been in the background reading through this the whole time. It's some interesting stuff, man. Some interesting stuff. Yeah, because if I go live, it's gonna be like you're live. They'll just be watching me research.
Yeah.
And if I did go live, let's say people hopped on the panel, then I would just go on mute and I'll be in the back researching. So I wouldn't be talking either way.
Yeah, I really could do with going to sleep.
Yeah.
I know that if you went live, I'd probably end up just coming over and listening, and then I'd be up at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. I've got to get up at 7
I haven't checked my phone. I just checked my phone since I talked to the brother earlier. I have not checked my phone to see who's in the queue. But because I'm really trying to get down. I got some potentials here. I got some prospects here. And let me see if somebody bite. Yeah.
That's all right. Well, whenever you get when you find it, just let me know. And if you can't find it now, just we'll deal with it. We'll have a look at it next week or whatever. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, don't have to be now. The only I don't want to tell you what verse that you're using or something. That's all. I just
Yeah, now I'm on to something as a detective. Bible,
with this with what in the Old Test back in the Old Testament with the seed. Yeah,
seed, the fruit thereof, like all that stuff means something, and that ties to a woman and ties the way back to trees. So I'm just trying to, and then Cain took his fruit of all that stuff. Cain was rejected, so this is all tying to something. I'm gonna figure this out, and then of the fruit. That term of the fruit is used a lot. It says, and when the time of the fruit drew near, he sent his servants to the husbandmen that they might receive the fruits of it. What are you talking about? Okay, so this was a parable. So here's another parable. There was a certain householder which planted a vineyard and hedged it round, and so this was a parable here. So I'm going to figure this all out. And it's funny because it's dealing with inheritances. The fruit. So I feel
it wouldn't surprise me if there's something to go back to the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil as well.
So what you did was you brought me back to Eve. So right now I will put enmity between thee and the woman, between her seed and your seed. So now I need to know, according to the people I'm talking to, who is the seed of the serpent? Who do they believe that is? Who do you believe? I'm asking, who do you believe the seed of the serpent is?
Well, Jesus actually literally calls the
Abraham seed, right?
The Pharisees. Yeah,
Right.
He says that you're the seed of your father, the devil.
So
who is obviously the serpent.
Right. So the only seed of the devil we can actually read verbatim, word for word. And remember, these guys, no, read it. No, you gotta they want it verbatim. So I'm going with this verbatim. No. Because remember, I can't use clues, so neither can you. Read it. So we only read it with Abraham, right? The Pharisees. Yeah. We read it with Abraham, see the Jews. And these people were at odds with Jesus. Right?
Yeah. So
then verse 20 says, and Adam called his wife's name Eve because she's the mother
of all living.
I thought that was heavy because even though everybody came through Adam, it ain't really calling him the father.
Sarah is said to be the mother of all nations as well, isn't she? So all of this kind of links together in ways that you may not even be able to comprehend straight off. But
right, so it's definitely connecting women. It's definitely connecting women, like it connect men. It's connecting women.
2 Peter 1:1. Let me go to that. Let me try that.
Definitely connecting women
Yeah, okay, yeah. So this is this verse here, 2 Peter 1. So Simon Peter, a servant and apostle of Jesus Christ, to them that have obtained like precious faith with us through the righteousness of God and our Savior Jesus Christ. So if you go to the King James version, it doesn't make that connection between the Savior and God. So Jesus is through the righteousness of God and our Savior Jesus Christ. Right. So we have the righteousness of God and connective Kai, our Savior Jesus Christ. So there are two distinct reference in that one. But if you go into some of the other to the other versions, you'll see that they have translated it slightly different. So through the righteousness of our God, no, where? Yeah, there. So the ESV of our God and Savior Jesus Christ. Yeah, but if you have a look at that, you'll find that the rendering there is subjective, and it's obviously the reason that you're going to utilize that is if it depends on what version you're going to use, but you need to look at the Greek and the reason why they have translated it as our God and Savior Jesus Christ, whereas certain other ones distinguish between the righteousness of God and our Savior Jesus Christ. So there's two reference there. Whereas some versions, and I will go into, I can do that with on the next stream. Remind me of this one, and I'll go through that and explain why that doesn't actually prove, because this is the correct rendering in the KJV. This is an incorrect rendering in the ESV, and I'll show you why it's incorrect. It's the same as Titus 2:13 as well. So it's 2 Peter 1:1. I thought this would be the verse, but I didn't want to. I just noticed it was actually Power of One that brought that verse up. I didn't want to push you. I don't want to straw man you, and I wanted you to let.
Damn it.
The Granville-Sharp rule that they've inserted into this. But I'll go into the Granville-Sharp rule and show you in both 2 Peter 1:1 and in Titus 2:13 why I don't believe that is the correct rendering, and why the Granville-Sharp rule actually doesn't work in these verses. Even if you connect it the way that they have, it still doesn't read the way that it's not making God Jesus or Jesus God in that verse. But make sure on the next time that I go live, Wooly, that you remind me to do that. Don't let me run away from that, because I don't want to hide from that. So it is a verse that needs to be addressed for a Unitarian. So I will I will address it for you. Yeah, but you're right. So when you say more literal rendering, so let's look at the literal rendering. So Simon Peter, a servant and apostle of Jesus Christ, to those equally precious with am I showing this? Yeah, with ours, having obtained a faith through the righteousness of the God of us, and connective Kai, Savior, Jesus Christ. So the righteousness of the God of us, so the righteousness of God, of our God, and connective Kai, Savior, Jesus Christ. We have two distinct reference there: the righteousness of the God of us, and Savior, Jesus Christ. What you'll see is that Jesus Christ, all right, in this verse, is both the righteousness of God and the Savior of God, because it is through Jesus Christ that we obtain righteousness, and it is through Jesus Christ that we obtain salvation. So Jesus is Jesus is the righteousness and the Savior of God. That's the correct way of understanding that verse. Not that Jesus is being called both the God and Savior of us. Jesus is the righteousness and the Savior of God. And that's the correct rendering of that. But I will explain that in a much better, much more detailed way. But I'm probably going to be going to finish this this stream in a minute, so that I can drop off and go to sleep. It's 1:38. I appreciate everybody that's come in. I appreciate Wooly. Thank you very much for being there. Yeah, you may disagree with me, Wooly, and like that's fine. You don't have to agree with me.
That's right. Get him, Wooly.
Yeah, but have a study into it. If you think that I'm wrong, you can just show me, and I'll go back and I'll try and correct it. But that's the way we do it. That's the best way to that's how like Unbiased has come up with the arguments that he's coming up with, So he's going in doing these live debates, and they will bring an argument against him that maybe he hasn't looked at. And so what's the next thing he's going to do? He's going to go straight off and look at the argument that they've used. Are they correct or are they wrong? How have they used it? Why have they used it? These are all things that we need to do when we're studying. And actually, hearing somebody else's argument is the best way to try and formulate the answer, because you may not have picked up on it before. So when somebody uses something against you, you go and study that. That's the best way. Ugh. I can't believe I've got to get up at 7 o'clock in the morning to go and. Yeah. Well, to be honest, it's only it's 1:40, so it's not too bad for me because
LJ, I might assert that the Matthews bloodline, seed line, stopped at Salapio. And it's quite possible everybody after that was an adoption.
Well, if that is the case, then that would definitely support the the Jesus being adopted kind of argument,
right?
Which you know that I'm not 100% sold on, but yeah, if you can find that,
well, the only way you'll convince me that it's something otherwise, otherwise if you
prove that Mary is Judah.
Well, you won't be able to do that. But
No.
but if you was to go with the bowels, that thing, now if that's showing a woman as the offspring, then I'll be forced to. Now that's something that would make me redirect my direction.
Right.
If you were to show that this offspring is definitely talking about a woman, ain't talking about a man, yeah, then I'll be forced to reconsider my current position. But
Okay.
I got so many adoptions for you. I don't know how you don't start reconsidering your position. I got so many adoptions.
I have not switched off to it. I'm not opposed to it. I'm just not like convinced by it. That's all.
Okay, so when Moses, well, that's because there's a lot about this, right? Because your chat should know that all I really research is the virgin birth.
Yeah, and Bias spends a ridiculous amount of time on this
right.
on this subject.
If that's all I research, then that means I'm coming across more information than the average person. It's just like whatever you're reading, you would know more than me because all my eggs are in the virgin birth. So I'm constantly reading the virgin birth scriptures. That's what I mean. I'm not reading things that does not pertain to the virgin birth. So if I come across something else, it's because it's that wasn't the case. I was looking for virgin birth, and I caught this right here. Check this out. So everything is virgin birth. So I'm going to come across some things you probably came across some years ago that you didn't look at with fresh eyes today. So what I'm saying is, there are matter of fact, wasn't Moses adopted?
Moses was in the sense that he was adopted into the Pharaoh's household. Basically, he was taken in by Pharaoh's daughter. Yeah,
he's adopted, and that's all you keep reading about in the entire Bible. Now, here's the thing, though, LJ, that I'm gonna have you go to bed on. When you're reading that this man is the son of this man, that when you read, he is the son of him. I'm telling you, you're reading adoption sometimes, and you think it's the son because it says so. So half the time you readers, you're reading an adoption and don't know it. You think you're reading a blood biological son. You're not. You're reading an adoption. So I'm gonna say is that many adoptions where you think you're reading actual blood biological birth son. You're not. And you would think, oh, because it says it's his father. Yeah, but that guy don't have any kids though.
Yeah, I know that there are definitely times when somebody's called a father and they're not a literal father. Brother, we definitely see that.
It happens more than not. It happens so much in the Bible. It's ridiculous. And I came across like 4 today. Just 4 today. I forgot, and Moses is one of them. I forgot all about Moses. Like, oh my God, yeah, Moses. So I'm going to tell you that I think when you go to Matthew's, so all through the Old Testament, you're going to read Zerubbabel, the son of Salathiel. You're going to read that. So I'll give you one right here. You're going to read that all through the King James, Old Testament. Zerubbabel, the son of Salathiel. Okay? And then there's another word for Salathiel. It's like Shealtiel. It's the same person. Okay? But still, you will read that and believe that because it keeps saying it over and over. But when you look at the chronology, the chronology of that Judah lineage, you'll see that Salathiel has no kids, and you will actually see who's the father of Zerubbabel, which I'm not going to tell y'all. That's something I can look up. But all you guys will confirm that Zerubbabel has a biological dad. Is not Salathiel, but the Bible says it 1,000 times over that Zerubbabel is the son of Salathiel. That's why I say you guys read adoptions and don't know it. Some of you guys. Also, you got women adoption too, by the way. Like, and Moses' daughter was one of them. You got more women adoptions. You got Rachel. You got Leah. They adopted women. I mean, I'm sorry, they are women who adopted kids. You got Sarah tried it with Hagar. She tried to say, "Hey, take my servant, my handmaid, and I will." That's my kid. So Sarah tried it. Abraham tried it with his servant. People. That's why the Bible tells you about the law with the stranger. Like when you buy a servant, and you got to circumcise them, they become one of your own. You know, they grafted in. So I was thinking maybe I should stop saying adoption and just say grafted in, and maybe that would hit harder. But you could graft in your seed line.
Right. But I'm not sure that that's the correct Zerubbabel, but Pedaiah. But I don't think
No,
that's
it is because that's Judah's lineage, by the way. And it tells you Jeconiah begot. First of all, Paniah and Salathiel are brothers, by the way, brothers. So it's definitely Jeconiah's kids. Jeconiah is the grandfather of Zerubbabel. So Pedaiah and Salathiel are brothers. And Salathiel has no kids. It skipped him. It said Jeconiah begot some sons, and it listed Pedaiah, and it listed more, and it talked about Salathiel. And then it skipped Salathiel and went straight to Pedaiah. It said these were the sons of Pedaiah. And it says Zerubbabel. Where are his kids now?
Right. Yeah. Pedaiah is definitely the son of Jeconiah.
Right. Well, he's definitely the brother of Salathiel.
And he is the brother of Salathiel. Yeah. And the sons of Pedaiah were Zerubbabel.
So why does the Bible keep saying Zerubbabel, the son of Salathiel, over and over and over and over and over?
Right. So that would.
And by the way, that's a problem because that's in Matthew too.
Yeah.
And in Luke 3.
So the obviously the instant thing that I'm going to come up with is a Levirate marriage.
Okay. Explain. Are you going to do Deuteronomy 25:5?
Yeah. So
okay. First of all, Salathiel didn't die, and neither did Pedaiah.
Right. Okay. So that's not going to work.
You kick that out. Now I believe there's a law. I believe I read it, and I clicked off the damn tab. But I think there's something where I know I read that a brother. Wait, if one guy is in lineage of kingship, the kingship lineage, like Salathiel was, and they had no kids, I believe you can take on your brother's one of his surviving kids. And I think that's what happened with Salathiel and Zerubbabel.
So if one of the kingly lineage doesn't have a child, he can take on the
because if he can't do that, then it stops. Think about it. It stopped. Like Zerubbabel, Salathiel was the last king, like in that lineage in Chronicles. So if you don't have no kids, it stops. Then Jesus is over. The lineage is over. So they got to keep it moving. They got to grab somebody and keep it moving. The same thing with Sheshan. It stopped. He said, okay, listen, take my daughter. You see, he kept it moving.
Well, what that instantly would prove is that it doesn't have to be a physical seed anyway.
Right. Keep it moving. Right. And the thing is, he argued that on the live, but he admitted that on the back chat. And I felt like, oh, dude. And then he cut me off, so I cannot say it on the live. So these guys are aware that they're teaching rubbish. Like, I'm using your word, rubbish. Like, they are aware they have rubbish, but it's necessary to keep this Israelite in their mind. It's necessary to keep the Israelite doctrine going. So it's like to them, it's whatever it takes.
So you're definitely saying that it's not levirate marriage.
That's out.
But I'm going to look at the further on from the levirate marriage to see whether there's anything.
I already know what you're probably looking at. Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to see whether, like, further on, whether there was another law included in for the.
I could have sworn I was looking for it, but I could have sworn I read with my own eyes about the brothers. I ain't talking about the levirate law. I'm talking another law dealing with kingship, royalty. And I was looking for it, and I cannot find it. But I could have sworn I read that.
Power of one. If you can offer like a verse which you think might be able to support it, then you carry on.
Okay.
I was going to a levirate marriage, which is in Deuteronomy 23, but you've chucked over Deuteronomy 25. So this is the widowhood of marriage. If brethren dwell together, and one of them die. Yeah.
That's Deuteronomy 25 and 5.
Yeah, that's the levirate marriage, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. So that's not going to work if he's still alive.
Nope. Not gonna work.
Yeah. But you don't know where that verse was.
Yeah, I've been searching, and I just gotta keep looking because that's who I am. Once I know I've seen it, I won't stop. And the last 2 days I got no sleep, but tonight that's when I'm going live tonight. I refuse to go 3 nights with 3 hours of sleep because Trumichi's in Japan, so like when we're talking, it's 3 a.m. my time, but it's like 2 p.m. his time. 1 p.m. Something early, so he's good. He can keep talking. I can't. And I was trying to keep up with him, and I'm like losing sleep. And then when I wake up, LJ, because of bathroom break, guess what? When I wake up, I'm so eager to learn this stuff. I'll open my laptop up with 2 hours of sleep and keep reading.
Well, you know what I feel like when I come onto your bleeding channel now.
Okay, so
when I'm trying to go to sleep and I've got the computer going next to me with you and Apostle or you and bleeding Google chat, and then I'm falling asleep, and then one of you will say something, and I'm like, oh, I gotta get involved in that now. I can't go to sleep. I've got to go and answer that, or I've got to get involved.
I gotta answer that one.
And then you're like, you got to get up in 2 hours, Lee. Why are you doing this to yourself?
Yep. Yeah, you be bugging. See, but yeah, I don't have to go to work till 4. Well, I don't have to leave until 4:30 p.m. So I can stay up late. I'm second shift basically. If I was first shift, I wouldn't dare do this.
Yeah, and I'm on first shift. I got to be up at 7 o'clock tomorrow. It's 2 o'clock in the morning here.
So I want you to look at one thing before you leave. I want you to look at where do I put my? It's funny. Like I put notes together and I can't find it. Like what is going on? Where are my notes at? I could have sworn I copied and pasted stuff already. Okay, so I want you to go to the book. Oh my God, I got it. I know I copied and pasted this. All right.
I'll have to search for that myself.
All right.
That law to see. So
take a look at Matthew 1:13, and while you doing that, I want you to go to Matthew 1:13, and then at the same time, whole 1 Chronicles chapter 6.
So 1 Chronicles chapter 6?
Yeah, in Matthew 1:13.
First Chronicles.
Let me know you get 1:13.
Yeah, I've got that.
Okay, read that slow. Don't read like an Israelite. Read it slow.
All right. And Zerubbabel begat Abiud.
Stop. Is there any history of that?
Hmm?
Is there any history of Zerubbabel beginning Abiud?
I don't think I just read that in the Chronicles that I just went to. But,
Right. Okay. That's why I say everybody from now look, read 112 because it's going to talk about Salathiel, right?
mm-hmm.
Okay, it says Salathiel begot who?
Zerubbabel.
And we know that's untrue. So now it says Zerubbabel begot Abiud, and we know that ain't happened. Okay. So now you got First Chronicles chapter 6.
Mm-hmm.
I read verse 3.
And the children of Amram,
Yep.
Aaron, and Moses, and Miriam.
So we're talking about Levites. So we're you read like Israelites. So we're talking about Israelites. We're talking about Levites, right?
That's right. Yeah.
These are Levites, correct?
Yeah, these are Levites. Yeah.
Okay, keep going.
The sons of Aaron, Nadab, and Abihu.
Stop. That's the same name from Matthew 1:13. It's spelled exactly the same in Greek.
Abiud.
In Greek, okay. It's pronounced and it's spelled the same.
Mm-hmm.
In Greek, it's the same exact name. Okay, so look at Matthew 1:15 now.
Right, that Abiud was killed, by the way, by God.
What did he do wrong?
They touched the
covenant
of the ark.
Yeah, okay, I got it. Okay, so go to now. Let's skip 14 just for 1 second.
But I'm just wondering whether maybe like that was part of somewhere along the lines of like they didn't have children or something. Just because he was put to death. I'm just wondering if there's anything in that.
Right. That's interesting.
Just possible.
So hold 1:6, hold First Chronicles 6, and now skip 14 from Matthew and read 15.
So where am I?
Okay, so you're not supposed to drop Matthew's or First Chronicles. You're supposed to have them both there.
Right.
So we'll keep going back and forth.
Right. I've got both of them there.
Okay, now read verse 15. Oh, boy, he's sleeping.
Power of one. That is that Levirate marriage back in Deuteronomy 25, as you brought up the Levirate marriage 25.
Oh my God!
But the problem is it what he's saying is that
hold on, let me pull up.
He didn't die, so it wouldn't work with the Levirate marriage, because the Levirate marriage back in Deuteronomy works only when like because Ruth and Boaz they had a Levirate child, which is actually in the lineage of King David. So it's when somebody dies that they don't have a son, then their brother would take that man. But what he's saying is that Salathiel hasn't died, or so no. The other guy, Pedrag or whatever his name was, he hadn't died, so it couldn't be classified as a Levirate marriage. Unless for some reason maybe he can't have children. I don't know if there's specific things stated about Salathiel not being able to have kids.
Yeah, now I don't know about. Well, we only read about women being barren. I don't know a man who can't have kids.
Man being barren, where he can't produce seed.
Nah, I only read women. Okay, so what I was saying was, I believe there's another way you can add. Be outside of dying, your brother dying. There's another way you can add your brother's child to your lineage, which suspends the whole biological stuff that I've been saying the whole time.
So there's another way you can add your brother,
son.
Your brother's son.
Right, because we see with Salathiel and Hodiah. So anyway, so now read verse 15 again. My son was screaming. I can't hear you.
15. So it says, and Eliud begat Eleazar.
All right, stop right there. Are these people from the tribe of? Well, I think the name Eleazar sounds familiar, right?
Eleazar kind of sounds like, because there's a lot of priests called Eleazar.
Oh yeah, because if you go back to 1 Chronicles 6:3, after Abiud, you're going to read Eleazar, by the way. So if you go back to 1 Chronicles 6:3, you're going to see it says Nadab, Abihu, which is really Abiud, and it's going to say Eleazar.
Yeah.
Right. And you got these same people listed in Matthew chapter 1. Don't worry, it gets worse. Go now, read verse 14. We skipped that. I wanted to show the connection between Abiud and Abihu. And keep in mind that Abihu in Greek is spelled the same exactly the way Abiud is in Matthew 1:13.
Right. So what we're going to.
Yeah, because I think the Old Testament is a English translation from Hebrew.
Yeah.
And the New is an English translation from Greek. That's why it's spelled different. But if you do an English translation from Greek for the Old Testament, you'll see the Greek names they're gonna mirror perfectly.
They mirror, yeah.
So now go to back at Matthew's last verse, Matthew's 1:14.
Mm-hmm. And Azar begat Sadok, or that could be Zadok.
No, it is him. It is him. In the Greek, it's spelled Zadok in Greek.
Right. So that's Zadok the priest.
Yep. So we have a lot of priests after Salathiel, and allegedly we have a lot of Levites in Matthew's after Salathiel. So the burden would be.
If Zadok is the priest who is like the famous Zadok the priest, then Achim would be a priest. You can't get away from that, and so would Eliud, and then all the way down. That would mean that Jacob who begat Joseph.
So I wonder if. Yeah, that's interesting. All right.
So Joseph would. That would mean that Joseph would now be. Yeah, we haven't got a problem with him after the dying. We in fact actually we can see quite a few of those Levirate marriages throughout the scripture. Well, in this particular one, so we can show the Levirate marriage, and that proves that it doesn't have to be biological. Like literally in David's lineage, we have someone. But we need to find this. We need to find a law that Unbiased says that he has, that says that they can.
Okay, so now go to 2 Samuel's. Now you want a mystery? You think you confused already, or like you think the suspense is built up? Go to 2 Samuel chapter 6 verse 23. This is my last one I'm gonna give you for tonight. This is for everybody to figure this one out.
Yeah, Power of One. I'm not sure of the verse. I'm gonna have to go through and see if I knew about the I know about the Levirate marriage, but I don't know about any other kingly thing. So what was it? 2 Samuel
chapter 6.
I'll have to look through myself a bit more. Let's see if there's anything that I can find. Okay.
Yeah, so now go to verse 23.
Therefore, Michael, or
okay, wait,
Michal,
hold on, wait, before you go, hold on, wait a second. You want to bother me, man?
yeah, Zerubbabel wasn't. He was like a puppet king brought in by the. He wasn't actually technically king of Israel. He was brought in by the by Nebuchadnezzar to rule. He was a puppet king. So, yeah, Jeconiah. Obviously, there was a curse of Jeconiah, which is in Matthew's genealogy of Joseph, which shows that Joseph couldn't be the father of Jesus anyway, because of that Jeconiah curse. If Joseph comes from Jeconiah, then and Jesus comes from Joseph, that automatically disqualifies Jesus from being the Messiah.
So I want to go to Power One. Other question. Power One said, "How do you know they didn't die?" Well, the Power One, well, that works. The way this works, the burden of proof is on you. It has to say they died. It's not on us. It's on you to say they died, because we read died. We read
Yeah,
that.
so it does say that died, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it wanted you to know why this is going on, right? So
yeah,
the Bible
we'd have to find that out, whether if it states that he died or not. If it doesn't state he died, you're going to have to assume that he's alive,
right? Because
unless it says that he died.
In that case, I could just start saying everybody died, because especially if the Bible don't name them again, hey, he died. You know, she died. We can do that, and that's what the Israelites would do. That's called the gray area. So we try to stick to what we can read. If you can't read it, we kind of got to throw it out, unless you got some great context clues showing he's alive or died. So if you can't read it verbatim, then I will accept context clues. If you can't do either or, then that's just
So I'd have to go back and have a look at that and see whether there's any kind of sign of him.
Yeah, good luck
dying before that happens. But it's definitely he's definitely called the son of two different people there. And when we find that, it's normally because there's some kind of adoption has gone on.
Yes. So
when they're called the son of two different people.
Right. Yeah, because Moses called the son of Pharaoh's daughter. All right. So now read 23 again.
So 2 Samuel 6:23. Therefore, Michal, the daughter of Saul, had no children until the day of her death. Yeah.
Okay. So how many kids she got?
So Michal had none. Yeah.
So how many kids would she ever have?
Well, none, because she's dead.
Okay. Go to 2 Samuel 21:8.
2 Samuel 21.
Yeah, and 8.
And the king took the two sons of Rizpah, the daughter of Aiah, and she bare unto Saul Armoni and Mephibosheth. And this is actually used as a contradiction. And the 5 sons of Michal, the daughter of Saul,
right,
whom she brought up. This is important. She brought up for Adriel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the son of she just brought she wasn't the literal mother. She's not a physical mother of these 5. She's bringing them up. They have a different mother. These 5 children. If I'm correct on my understanding of remembering of this. She's the adopted mother.
Right. We got more adoptions. I'm telling you, And look, people are so confused they thought it was a contradiction.
Yeah. No, this gets used as a contradiction,
Right.
for the. I should have remembered it as soon as you brought it up. Yeah, this gets brought. This is a. No, this is. I'm reading this from the KJV, Wooly. So it is. Well, it is from the Masoretic text, because the KJV uses the Masoretic text. So, yeah, this is from the KJV version. So that's where that's coming from. Yeah, Mike. Yeah, so she is the adopted mother, because she doesn't have any literal kids, and it does get used as a contradiction.
Okay.
And I've actually written a writing on that as well. So, let me see if I can.
You ready for this?
Yeah, go on then.
1 Samuel 18. Read verse 17.
Wait a minute.
Right. So again, the Bible doesn't, like, where's Lazarus? Is he dead or alive? So the Bible don't have to keep saying people died and lived, or or had kids, to assume way or one way or another. The way we do this, if you can't read it, then you just can't read it. So there's no need to speculate. So if it says Pedaiah is the father of Zerubbabel, that's just what it is. If it says Salatha don't have any kids, like it says it doesn't, he got no kids. So now when it says Salatha is the father of Zerubbabel, we got to ask ourselves a question. How is that possible when he doesn't have any kids? And we read that Zerubbabel is the son of Pedaiah. Okay. So,
Right. I got this somewhere. Sons and daughters laws.
Oh, so you there at 1 Samuel?
No, bear with me one sec. Sons and daughters. I was trying to find. I thought I found this. Right. Let me go back to it. So where am I going?
1 Samuel 18. So remember, we're gonna focus on, what's her name? Michal. We're gonna focus on why does she have 5 sons.
Yeah.
She's supposed to have no kids.
1 Samuel
18:17.
And Saul said to David, "Behold, my elder daughter, Merab. Her will I give thee to wife. Only be thou valiant for me, and fight the Lord's battles." For Saul said, "Let not mine hand be upon him, but the hand of the Philistines be upon him."
In verse 18 and 19.
And David said unto Saul, "Who am I? And what is my life, or my father's family in Israel, that I should be son-in-law to the king?" But it came to pass at the time when Merab, Saul's daughter, should have been given to David, that she was given to Adriel, the Meholathite, to wife.
Okay, so now we're reading about Adriel, right? The guy with the 5 sons. Okay, go to 18 and 20.
Where are we going? To 20? Verse 20? And Michal, Saul's daughter, loved David, and they told Saul, and the thing pleased him.
Now 21.
And Saul said, I will give him her, that she may be a snare to him, and that the hand of the Philistines may be against him. Wherefore Saul said to David, thou shalt this day be my son-in-law in one of the twain.
Okay, so now they always ask me a few questions. So so far David was supposed to marry this woman, right?
Yeah.
And by doing that, David becomes a son-in-law to Saul.
To Saul, yeah.
Through marriage. Right?
Yeah.
Because I always wondered if Saul he's an Ephraimite, right?
Saul?
Yeah, well, what is he?
I can't remember what Saul was. Was he an Ephraimite? Yeah, possibly.
Let's find out. Benjamite.
Okay.
Yeah, he was a Benjamite. Yep. Okay. I always wondered, LJ, if the king started with Benjamin, how did it end up with Judah?
Yeah, that was.
So if he just got it grafted in by becoming the son-in-law, and now he can be a king, that's interesting.
No, I think the king could originally be from any tribe, but it is only once David becomes king that it has to come through Judah, because David was Judah and it was promised that his line.
So why was Saul chosen again?
I can't remember why Saul was chosen.
Don't worry, me either. But he was chosen for a reason. So when you say anybody can be, when you say anybody can be king, I think you're mixing that with judges. I think judges, everybody was a judge. Like many tribes.
Any tribe could be judges. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, but the kings that wasn't so. We got Benjamin, and Judah only, all the way down. Okay. I mean, until they split, of course. But when it was like all together, it was just the kings come through Judah. So we are reading that Saul is the father-in-law of David through marriage.
Yeah.
Okay. It's important.
That's definite. Yeah. Because
we end that with Jesus being, in my mind, grafted in through marriage. All right. To kingship through marriage. So I found that very important. Now, we still got to find out about Adriel and these boys. Okay. That compute. Okay, so now read.
Right. So I'm just going to read quickly 1 Samuel 9.
Yeah.
So Saul chosen as king. Now there was a man of Benjamin, whose name was Kish, the son of Abiel, the son of Zeror, the son of Bechorath, the son of Aphiah, a Benjamite, a mighty man of power. And he had a son whose name was Saul, a choice young man and a goodly. And there was none among the children of Israel a goodlier person than he. From his shoulders and upwards, he was higher than any other person. And the asses of Kish, Saul's father, were lost. And Kish said to Saul his son, take now one of the servants with thee, and arise, go with the asses. Right. Okay. So this is, it might not be a 2-minute little read, that actually. I'm going to read that tonight. Maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, I was trying to read. I was trying to read ahead. Yeah, I was trying to read ahead to get it real fast.
Not because the Lord hath anointed thee to be captain over his inheritance.
know what? Let me just go ahead and type this in there.
Samuel has anointed him, so you might have to go back all the way back to the beginning of the book to find out why Samuel is anointed him. Now 15. Now the Lord had told Samuel in his ear a day before Saul came, saying, "Tomorrow about this time I will send a man out of the land of Benjamin, and thou shalt anoint him to be captain over my people Israel."
Captain.
Yeah. That he may save my people. Yeah, but I think he becomes captain, and then they call for a king.
Because of the other nations, right?
Yeah, in chapter 10, because they wanted a king to be like the other nations.
Yeah.
And so that's in chapter 10, Saul proclaimed king, and Samuel called the people together unto the Lord of Mizpah, and said unto the children of Israel, "Thus saith the Lord God of Israel, I brought up..." Yeah, because this is where they reject God. He says that they have rejected me as their king, because they wanted a king, and Saul was already pronounced captain, and then they make Saul king because that's what they wanted. Yeah.
Okay, read verse 24.
Yeah. And Samuel said to all the people, "See ye him whom the Lord hath chosen, that there is none like him among all the people." And the people shouted and said, "God save the king."
And then, yeah, I think that's about it.
Yeah, so this was basically God had foreseen that they were going to they wanted a king, so he ordained Samuel as to be Saul to be the captain, and he was ordained, and then the people chose Saul to be their king because he was already their captain, and God had already proclaimed, "This is the man that is going to become their king."
Right.
He orchestrated it so that
so
when
he's
they
a king
asked,
now. Right, so he's a king.
he literally becomes king of Israel at that point.
And then we after that we read that before David was even considered, he married into, well, he was going, I don't know if he actually married the woman that we finished reading, but he definitely at that point was considered the son-in-law of Saul. So at that point, at the very least, he's married in. At the very least, he's married in.
Power of One, I'm going to go. I'll read that tomorrow. So she said, Power of One says, Bible Dictionary from Moody Bible College gives interesting info under Salathiel. It says he is a son of Neri. Yeah, I've read that somewhere. I tell you what, I think I'm getting tired now. I'm losing the plot of where I actually am.
Okay.
This is, we've gone and jumped about quite a bit, and I think I'm getting tired. I think I might need to go to sleep.
Yeah.
Because I'm even forgetting about, how Saul was. Once I start forgetting the verses and stuff, I'm probably out. But there could definitely be some kind of.
Yeah, well, we definitely read so far. Now, I'm not sure how. I'm not saying I'm stamping and sealing it, but we did read that Saul acknowledged David. Saul acknowledged David as being a son-in-law, right? Through marriage.
Oh yeah, definitely. He is a son-in-law of. He was not the son of Saul. So
Right.
that went through 100%. Saul wanted to kill David. He killed David. Saul tried to kill him. He wasn't the literal physical son of, but that kingly line did not go through a physical bloodline at that point.
Yeah, right. It was a whole different tribe.
Yeah.
Okay, now, but we've seen that before. Okay, we've seen that before already with Levi. Remember Judges? It was a Judah family, Judah. Now he's a Levite. So we've seen people
change tribe.
Yeah, skip tribes. Now they know nothing about that. Okay, now that's what I'm waiting for somebody big at that point for that one, and because they are starting to find out who I am. Okay, I debated the guy Sunday, and that's the guy that did the Syriac Sinaiticus. Look, here's Joseph twice, and I embarrassed him because he thought he had something on me. Like, dude, you never do that in chess. You never assume your opponent don't know the trick. You assume they know the trick, but you do it anyway because you want them to prove themselves. But you are anticipating that they know the trick. You never anticipate they don't know it. Okay, so when they know the trick, you got to know when to stop the trick and just play chess. So he automatically assumed, yeah, I do comparative, textual comparison, all this type of stuff. So I let him go, and I'm gonna knock you out first round. But I had another guy who told me he does comparative text and all this goofy shit. And when he got done, I was like, my brother, so you can read Greek? Said, yeah. I said, okay. I'm gonna pull something up. Oh no, we ain't gotta do all that. Yes, what I thought. You cannot read Greek. You're not gonna bluff me. I can read it. You can't. And I can read the ancient, and I can read the modern in the middle. Now, am I gonna sound like a Greek native speaker? No. I'm gonna sound like a broken English Hispanic, okay? Or broken English American somewhere in a foreign country, or a Chinese person. That's how I'm gonna sound. But I'm gonna be very close when you press play on the Greek audio thing. I'm gonna sound very close to what I just said in Greek, enough to convince you I know the letters, and I know the diphthongs to a nice degree. The only thing I don't know is the accent marks, because it changes the way words are used, and consonants and vowels. It does change things up.
Yeah.
I'm not aware of the accent marks, but I'm aware of everything else. So of course he left. He dropped that immediately. That stance that he reads Greek. Yeah. Let's stop lying. You cannot read Greek, and you can't write it either.
All right, I'm gonna drop off now, and I think I'm gonna
take over from here. I'm gonna read this without going live.
Yeah,
I'm gonna see what I come up. Now I'm not staying up late tonight. I'm going to bed probably 11 o'clock latest. So I got an hour and a half to figure this stuff out.
I'm already going to bed late. It's like 3:30, 2:30. So
yeah, I'm not going to bed that late.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to bed. But this is yawning now as well. I don't even know what I was going to say. I'm going to look at. I'll just carry on looking into this tomorrow. Actually, I'm going to go and have a look at that. What the Moody thing says as well.
Do you know what Bible verse I sent you to for the Miko lady? I forgot.
Which one?
We read about David being a son-in-law of Saul.
Oh yeah, so that's So that was 2 Samuel, isn't it?
I think it's 9 then. It might be 9.
Well,
nope. Damn, where is it?
No. I think it's 6. No, it's not. No, that's 1 Samuel. I'm in 1 Samuel. Might be in 2 Samuel.
No, I'm in Second Samuel. That's wrong.
I'm in First Samuel.
I'm in second. That's still wrong. Samuel, was it 11? Chat, help us out. You guys were here. Nobody's paying attention. Yeah, I'll find it. I'll find it. I'll find it.
Yeah.
I'll find it right now. It's in is it 3?
First Samuel 18.
Okay, no, so it got to be first then. Yeah. Oh my god.
I think it's First Samuel 18.
Oh yeah, that's definitely his wife. Hey man, go before you go to bed, because I went to Second Samuel by mistake. Before you go to bed, go to 2 Samuel 3 and 13. And
it's definitely Michal is definitely. So what? Michal is. You saying Michal is David's wife?
Yeah. So.
Yeah, 100%.
Right, but this is interesting language here. 2 Samuel 13. Actually 14. 2 Samuel 14. 2 Samuel 3 verse 14. Third chapter. Now I'm like you, can't talk. 3rd chapter, 14th verse.
So, and David sent messengers to Ishbosheth, Saul's son, saying, "Deliver me my wife Michal, which I espoused to me for 100 foreskins of the Philistines."
Okay, so we see it again. Wife and espouse together.
Oh yeah, so the wife and the spouse.
Yes, I'm gonna add it to my notes.
Yeah, so that'll work with going back into Luke.
Yeah, this is gonna hurt. Okay, I think there's something up with David. And I'm gonna drop what I was looking at before, because the loins. I'm gonna drop that for now. I'll come back to it, but I think David. I think him and Miko, whatever his name is gonna be something deep. All right, LJ, go to bed. You're not missing nothing. I got it covered from here.
I'll let you carry on with that.
When you wake up tomorrow, expect a text, an inbox from me saying, "Hey, check this out."
Okay. Yeah. Tung Ji came back in. We were doing kind of lineage virgin birth type thing, trying to figure something out. Just messing about, really. Just seeing if anything sticks. Throwing some mud about, seeing if anything sticks. A few little things that we might be able to grasp hold on, but the one that I hoped on was the loins and the female. I was hoping that one would pan out, but
no, we're still there. We're still there because when we did bowels, it went it went more to womb, pregnancy, and women's travail.
There's still a possibility with that. Yeah,
no, it's a lot. It's a huge one. Because now that takes us back to Eve. That takes us to Eve. Takes us to Sarah, and don't forget the prophetess of Isaiah. It's focused on women. Mary. Well, I'm sorry. Eve, the mother of all living. Sarah, the mother of all nations. Then we got the prophetess giving birth. So it's focused on these women giving birth.
That's a power of one. That's a compliment. Thank you very much. Yeah, I actually, to be honest, Anthony Buzzard was the first person that I came across when I believed in, when I first started to study the Bible, and I became a Unitarian, and I kind of understood the Unitarian belief, and I tried to search for other people that kind of I thought I was kind of unique because obviously everybody else was Trinitarian, and I couldn't see it, and I didn't at the time. I didn't know anything other than Trinitarian at all. That was the only when you talked about Christian, it was you Trinitarian. And when I read the Bible, and I was like, I don't see this Jesus God thing anywhere, and I thought, am I unique type thing? So I searched. And it was his debate with Joseph Goody, I think that's his name, and Michael Brown and James White. That was the debate that made me go, do you know what? There are other people out there that think like me. So yeah, that's a compliment. Thank you very much for saying that I'm like that. I appreciate that. Yeah, and obviously for you as well. Yeah, it was that one debate that I found 10 years ago that made me kind of convinced on that maybe I wasn't crazy, and that there were other people that had the same belief as me. Yeah, so yeah, I appreciate that. I do appreciate that. That's a big to me. That's quite a big that's a big compliment. So, thank you very much. Yeah. Right, I'm gonna leave you to that then, unbiased.
Say that again.
I'm gonna leave you to that.
Yeah, I'll tackle that
and see what you come up with on there.
Yep.
We'll just so I want to. So the next study I'm going to be doing is on, for me, I'll probably come to your channel maybe a couple of times during the week, but I'm going to do another study on Friday, but that's specifically defending the cross of what Jesus died on, whether he died on a cross, a tree, or
because everybody goes to hanging.
Yeah. So I'm going to prove without shadow of doubt that Jesus died on a cross and he was not hung on a tree.
All right. Yeah. So you should easily get a debate on that one. You should easily get a debate.
Who's that?
I said you should easily find somebody to debate you on that one.
Yeah. I'm sure that that's what they say, isn't it? The Hebrew Israelites, because they like to use that as like, see our people were lynched and hung on trees, and Jesus was lynched and hung on a tree, and this proves that. So actually, yeah, it's an argument that I'm going to be proving that Jesus died on a tree. Died on a tree. He died on a cross, and actually, that being hung on a tree, right, is a synonym for being nailed to a cross.
Okay.
In the Bible. That's what I'm going to prove.
Yeah, I got to hear one.
So they're the same thing. But I'm gonna drop off because I'm tired now. So
you said that 3 hours ago.
I know. I'm going now. I'm 100% going now. All right. Thank you very much for everybody watching. Appreciate Power of One, Wooly, Tongji, you, everybody being here. Appreciate your questions, and even though it was like open debate, open chat, and we've just kind of gone off into the virgin birth lineage thing.
Yeah, as for myself, I will not be going live. I'll see y'all tomorrow morning when I'm live.
Yeah, I'll speak to you tomorrow anyway.
I'm most likely gonna have a debate with Israelites on the virgin birth, most likely.
Right. Well, I'll try and listen into that. Okay. Apart from that, I shall say goodnight and say thank you very much for everybody for watching, and I'll see you I'm going to do the study on Friday. It'll probably be on Friday. So I'll do that. That tree one. Because I want Dennis to be here because he's the Jehovah's Witness that comes in. So
really?
I want him to be here because they believe that Jesus died on a stake. So
definitely. They definitely do that.
Yeah. So I'm obviously going to do that as well to prove that Jesus didn't die on a stake. So, well, in my belief, and I'll try and prove that. So I believe that. So, right, I'm going. Good night. Speak to you. I'll speak to you tomorrow on Bias to Expect.
Yeah,
and I'll see everybody else hopefully on Friday. If you
just speak something nice in the morning, all right?
Yeah. Send me something.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna see you the debate with me and the secret guest.
Oh yeah, awesome.
Yeah. And
give me something to do while I'm in. I've got 2 hours in.
You're going to be shocked who it is, though. You're gonna be totally shocked. Everybody, well, Tone G and you definitely know who this person is. You're gonna be shocked. I was able to reel him in. You'll be shocked.
Okay. I will watch that because I've got 2 hours in a school tomorrow looking after some animals. So I'll spend the time watching that. Yeah. Okay, right. I'll speak to everybody on Friday. Thank you very much for being here. I appreciate it.
Good night.